Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became heroic god and had harem, part 1. Before starting make sure to hit that like button, and there's a new hype feature in YT, so please hype this video. This story is Verdad by Thunder_1201. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Class 1A could be seen alongside Class 1B in the High Alliance. Why? The class presidents agreed to watch the interview I was going to give their teachers about the next generation of heroes. Monoma. Why'd I have to be with the stupid Class A said to be knocked out by a furious Kendo who got the arrogance of her partner. What Kendo did was grab a rope to tie him up, then cover his mouth with a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot of tape, and then leave him in a corner away from everyone. 0. Aw, I'm hungry, complained while his stomach growled. Lita. Wait, he's about to arrive, she said while doing her Robocop moves. Momo. Hey, and Midoriya, said the president of Class 1A. Saying that, everyone realized that he really wasn't there, and before anyone could say anything, someone knocked on the door. Lita. I'm going, she said, to go to the door and open it. Ehhh, who are you? She asked someone with white hair and a blindfold covering his black eyes. Me. I said, looking at him while I ate a hamburger. So here are your orders, he said, and out of nowhere he pulled out a cart with pizzas and his hamburger, I said, giving him the hamburger I was eating. Lita. Just tell me how much it would be, she said while grabbing the half-eaten hamburger, while sighing. Me. It would be. I said, to take out a calculator and do the math. 100 souls, I said, so he would look at me with a WTF face. Excuse me. I'm from Latin America. It would be 50,000 yen, I said, so he would give me the money even though he was in shock at the amount. Well, thanks. Also thanks for the tip, I said, to grab the hamburger and run away. Lita. Hey, my burger. Sad cry. Well, since today we don't eat, he said, to enter, but would be pushed and stepped on by everyone while each one grabbed their food. After a few minutes, during which everyone finished eating except Lita, whose food and savings had been stolen from the poor woman, they sat down to wait for the news. Ochako. Hey, now that I remember where Deku-kun is, said the mochi, and everyone remembered that. Kirishima. That's what he told me he was going to leave, he said, so everyone would calm down knowing where his secret friend, Love, was. With Izuku, he was at his house, where his mother lives, talking to her since they don't spend as much time together as before, so he asked permission to visit her. Returning to the bedrooms, they were already waiting for the news to come. They waited and waited, they were about to fall asleep until Denki. Hey, look, it's starting soon, he said, and everyone felt sleepless and paid attention to the screen. On TV presenter. Well, today is Good Morning Japan, he said, so that applause could be heard. Today we have some special guests, he said, so that Blad King, Aizawa, and Nezu could enter. Nezu. Good Morning Japan, he said on Aizawa's shoulder while moving his paw and looking at the camera. Aizawa. Whatever, he said without giving much importance to everything. Blab. Don't be like that, Aizawa, he said, trying to cheer up his friend. The three would walk. Or rather two, since Nezu was sitting on Aizawa's shoulder. They walked towards two seats in which they sat upon arriving. Presenter. Well, today we invite you to talk to us a little about the hero classes. Nezu. Well, the hero class has many surprises, and that's why their respective teachers talked about them, said the rat. Blab. Well, I'm going to start, he said, to start talking about his class, but I'm not talking about a blonde with airs of greatness. Aizawa. And Monoma? He asked, looking at him. Blad. It has nothing remarkable, he said, making Monoma, who was listening to everything, get depressed and Bakugo laugh at him. Aizawa. I guess it's my turn, he said tiredly. Well, he started talking about his students except for our favorite Broccoli, and that would be everyone, he said, so that everyone would be excited for the next generation of heroes. They had high expectations for them. Objection, I said, entering the recording set. Off TV. Lita. That's the one who stole my hamburger, he said angrily, but was ignored by everyone. On TV. Aizawa. Who are you? He said with his quirk active just like Blad. Me. You guys don't care. Tell me why you don't talk about Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa. Nothing remarkable about him. He breaks his bones using his quirk, he said, impressing some that he breaks his bones. Me. That's what you think, I said, to take out a USB and throw it towards Aizawa. Look at it, you will be impressed, I said, to go out the door, although when they wanted to catch me I was no longer there. Nezu. We have to see what this brings, said, talking about the USB asterisk. Aizawa. But if you have something improper or information, he said, giving in to logic. Nezu. Aizawa, I'm an animal. I don't care about those things, he said, so that Aizawa could put the USB in and see 3 folders. Aizawa. There are 3 folders. Nezu. And what do they say, he said with curiosity, something that everyone who saw it had, but what they didn't know is that it was broadcast worldwide. Aizawa. Training, battles, and it says here that we should watch the 3rd one after watching all of them, he said, so everyone understands. Nezu. Well, train, he said, so that Aizawa would pay attention. Everyone was impressed by how Izuku trained just to get into UA, but some were puzzled that he met AM. Change the words from vessel to my power or something like that. In the bedrooms, Shoto. That's why, said sadly, to go to his room and burn more than 10 notebooks that said the possible father and son relationship of AM and Izuku. Back on set, Nezu. Wow, I didn't expect that, he said, impressed. Put the next folder, he said, so that it is put the folder and 7 videos appear. Aizawa. There are 7 videos and they are numbered asterisk, that impressed some. Nezu. Put the first one then, he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. They would all be impressed that some kids who were just starting out on their journey to becoming heroes had defeated the hero killer. In the Tartar's prison stain. Learn him, he's a true hero. Shouted in the prison dining room since it was lunchtime. In the Osuyu. Is that what happened, Shoto? I asked Isuko, who got nervous, just like Lita. Shoto. Yes, but we were forbidden to talk about it, he said, a little nervous that they kept asking him asterisk, but I went since he sent his location since he needed help, he said, proud of himself and having helped his friend. At this, everyone would go blank since that day they had received a location from Izuku, but they did not take it seriously. In the Todoroki house, Natsu. Seriously, dude. You're even stealing fame from kids. He said mockingly. Asterisk. Endeavor. TCH, shut up, he said, annoyed. Fuyumi was just blushing at how Izuku looked. On TV. Nezu. Okay, next, he said, so Aizawa could start the second fight. Now everyone's eyes were wide open since Muscular was a villain of AM's caliber, meaning he could take hits at 100%. In the Tartar's prison, Muscular. That was the best day of my life, I never felt more alive, said, being seen by everyone. Stain. Seriously, a child? I asked him with a face like, really? Asterisk. Muscular. Yes, but, now I have traumas with broccoli, he said, trembling, and in the distance a Chizaki without arms said, you are not the only one. Where the pussycats? They were all hugging Kota because they were afraid that something would happen to him. Shino. That's why you spend so much time with him, he said, looking at him and thanking the heavens that the green-haired man saved his nephew. Kota. Yes, he said happily, remembering that day asterisk. In the Bakugo. That fucking nerd always underestimated me, SHINNEEEE. Screams for Zero to wrap him up and gag him with his tapes, and Kirishima throws him up, leaving him stuck to the ceiling. On TV. Nezu. Next, everyone was impressed that Izuku fought on par with AM and the women were blushing when they saw him. Nezu. Now put the next one, he said impatiently, like some others. The villains and heroes alike stood on end when they saw Izuku's 100%, and the women's hearts melted when they saw him give everything to save a girl. In the Eri. You see, Mirio said, pointing at the screen. I still remember how Dad saved me, said happily. Mirio. Yes, Eri, he said, stroking Eri's head. On the screen. Nezu. That breaks my heart, he said about Eri, but put it next, the animal said, as if it were nothing. Some were impressed by this, but at the UA they understood why Izuku had arrived at the cultural festival like that. Nezu. Okay, next. Just Izuku, ignore Bakugo. Everyone was impressed since they still couldn't believe that only one student had so much power. The villains were scared shitless and the heroes were thinking of recruiting him for their agencies. On Nabu Island, Katsuma. Deku ne is the best, said with some tears. Mahoro. You're right, brother, he said happily in the Bakugo. That damn guy, when I grab him, screamed, but Shoji made more limbs until he reached Bakugo's face, where he put a tape on his mouth. Kirishima. How did he get the tape off his mouth? He asked curiously. Sato. Nobody knows, said, seeing Bakugo on the roof. Elsewhere at the UA, Eri thought, who are those children? She wondered about the siblings from Naboo Island, since she only knew Coda. Where the pussycats? Coda thought. Why are numbers called numbers? If a fainting Maya is still a Maya. That and more things he wondered. On TV, Nezu. Quick, next, said desperately Aizawa. Okay, but this is the last one, he said to put the video. High quality XD but really epic. If you can't see it, it's the battle of Izuku against Fleece Turn. That's how I think it's written, XD. Everyone was excited to see that fight because it was so epic. Nezu. Well, that was the last one, he said, a little dejected since he wanted to see more. Aizawa. Now the last folder is missing, he said to put the folder, but a video was automatically put. A video you could see someone hooded so his face couldn't be seen. Well, it is assumed that you have finished watching. Let's see how you saw Izuku did that training with A.M. and you will wonder why. Well, Izuku had awakened his quirk 10 months before entering the UA, and since he had met A.M., he asked him for help. He said to everyone's shock. That's right, Aizawa. You were a piece of shit for not helping him improve. He said, making Aizawa feel bad since it was true that he did not help him. He only demanded and sometimes criticized him. Well, for me, he would be the candidate for the next symbol of peace. I said so that some would agree with him. Well, I'm leaving. He said, but by accident his hood fell off and it was seen that it was me. Shit, my hood. I said so that the screen would turn off. Nezu. Wow, Aizawa, you were pure evil, said to make him more depressed because even though it didn't seem like it, he loves Midoriya since he always tries hard, but he didn't do anything to help him. Presenter. Well, as you may have seen, the next symbol of peace is Izuku Midoriya. See you next time, he said to end the news. Class A and B were impressed by the power of their friend, companion, secret crush, and Bakugo was trying to break free and scream at the top of his lungs, and they wondered, what about Monoma? Well, they had left him in the trash so he wouldn't bother them. With Izuku, he was leaving his house while saying goodbye to his mother. Izuku. Goodbye, Mom, he said while waving goodbye to his dear mother. Inko. Take care, son, she said to enter her house and close the door. Izuku. Well, I'm going to UA, he said to put on some headphones and start dancing a great dance. Izuku, as he continued on his way, didn't realize that people and many women of all ages were approaching him. Izuku turned around and took out his headphones because he thought he had heard something. Izuku. Girl. There's Izuku Kyaa fangirls screaming for many girls to appear. Izuku. He said with a little fear, and using reason he would start running. Don't do anything to me please, he said while running. Girl. I just want you to give me a child, screams to Izuku's terror. He would pass by a pizzeria and then use the OFA to jump onto the pizzeria and go through the buildings. At the pizzeria you could see me sitting there, me. How I ended up being a god and becoming a delivery man, he said while touching my head. That's when I remember, I said, remembering. In memory, me. Let's see if I tell the boss to change the course. I don't know how he'll react, I said, but I didn't know he was listening to me. Boss. What did you do? He said with a grave voice. Me. Nah, nothing, boss, I said, so he snapped his fingers and appeared in a pizzeria. What am I doing here? I said to snap, but only a note appeared. It says you're fired for screwing up. I read the note to go blank. What universe am I in? I said to check my cell phone and see what was in Bina. Apparently I'm in BNHA but not in the universe I altered. Well, alter another one, I said to make a USB with Izuku's fights and training with the little power I have. End of memory, me. Yes, I did something good, I said to put my feet on the table. Voice. Thunder. Me. God? I said looking at the sky through the window. Voice. No way, I'm your boss, said angrily me. Boss, what happened? Boss. Come back, work is getting harder, he said annoyed. Me. Okay boss, I said in a military pose to disappear. Returning with Izuku. Izuku. This can't get any worse, I said to stop and suddenly feel a tingling sensation that told him to go to the right. He listened to it and dodged a lasso that almost caught him. Why am I talking? He said to increase the percentage and run faster towards the UA. Continuing with the previous chapter, Izuku found himself entering the UA with some cuts on his clothes. Izuku. Uff, it was close, he said with a sigh as he closed the door. Everyone there would hear what Izuku said and stare at him. All. Izuku, Midoriya, bro MSMSMSMDMDM fucking nerd tries to save Bakugo on the roof. Izuku. Said to see them. Oh guys said seeing them, but he would see that they were approaching EHW hats half penning. He asked nervously since he saw that they were surrounding him. Kirishima. You're very manly bro said with manly tears. Lita. Midoriya you are very reckless said making his Robocop movements. So you ask and they came and suffocated Izuku but the women only touched him. Izuku would just run off to his room blushing. Izuku. But what happened? He wondered while touching his face. It will just be a dream he said to go to his room and go to sleep. That's how the day would go for him, but he didn't know what was waiting for him. Neuu. Hello, someone said on the phone. Hello, who is it? Hiyashi. I'm Hiyashi he said calmly. And what do you want, or rather who are you? Hiyashi. Well, it doesn't matter who I am, I rather want to propose something to you. And that would be, Hiyashi. I want you to protect someone in Japan he said calmly. Why me, Hiyashi? I'll offer you $5 million. Okay I accept and who would that be? Hiyashi. Izuku Midoriya. In Japan. The next day would approach and Izuku would wake up thinking it was all a dream. He would go out to train as he usually does, but women would look at him strangely or take pictures of him. Izuku would stop for a moment but dodge an attack again with that tingling. Izuku thought, what the heck is that again, but who threw that at me he said seeing the attack that looked like ice stakes that when touching the sand made an explosion that froze the sand. Why sand? Because Izuku had stopped at the beach that cleaned. Are you Izuku Midoriya? He asked looking at him. Izuku. Yes, but why are you attacking me? He said with his guard up. I'm just coming to take you to my house he said kindly. Izuku. What? He said a little scared. Well, you see, in my family, women fall in love with the strongest she said a little blushing but that doesn't matter. Now you'll come whether you like it or not she said making more ice stakes. Izuku. But I don't even know who you are he said while activating the OFA and was ready to flee. Oh well my name is Death said to throw ice and trying to freeze it. Izuku would only feel the tingling and dodge it and then run away. Death. Damn, it slipped out she said with a sigh. Well there will be another time and when I have it she said blushing to leave with her hands on her cheeks. Izuku wouldn't look back, he would just run to a safe place. What else is his mom's house going to do? Upon arriving, Izuku would knock for his mother to open the door and let him in. Izuku. Mom said scared Inko. What's up son she said seeing that he was sweating. Izuku. I have a problem here. I would tell him everything that happened from yesterday until today. Inko would be crying. Izuku. Mom, are you okay? He asked worriedly asterisk. Inko. It's nothing, Izuku she said, wiping away her tears. It's just that you'll give me many grandchildren she said, shedding many more tears. Izuku would just go blank at that since he didn't expect that answer. All he did was leave his mother's house before her eyes. Izuku would just go to Ua looking at the ground but he wouldn't realize that he would crash into someone. Sorry, I didn't realize where I was walking he said apologetically. Izuku. I'm not sorry, it was me he said to look up and see a girl with pink hair and light green tips. Mitsuri? He asked impressed. Mitsuri. I recognize that voice said to see Izuku asterisk. Izuku said excitedly throwing herself to hug him and he would reciprocate the hug. Izuku. Long time no see said happily Mitsuri. Since I moved we haven't seen each other she said happy to see Izuku again. Izuku. Yes, I missed you he said a little blushed. Mitsuri. Me too and it seems you got prettier said the same as Izuku. Before they continue, someone speaks to Izuku from behind. Someone interrupted. It seems that Izuku has already forgotten about me said a girl with dark orange hair. Izuku. No knob era he said with a little fear. Mitsuri. Who is she, Izuku? He asked, looking at her with jealousy. Izuku. She is Nobara, my former schoolmate said nervously. Nobara. You don't remember how we spent it she said while hugging him from behind. Izuku would shiver at this. Mitsuri. And why are you hugging him? She said while hugging him from the front. Nobara. Why are you hugging him? She said while looking at her and getting out of the hug to face Mitsuri. Mitsuri. Come on, let's get going he said in front of her. Izuku, without them noticing, left stealthily like any self-respecting male. Mitsuri, Nobara. Izuku, who do you prefer? They said in unison to look for him. Mitsuri. He left, she said, looking everywhere. Nobara. It's all because of you that my Izuku left, said, looking at her. Mitsuri. Because of me? She asked indignantly. More like your fault, she said, unsheathing a sword that looked like a whip. Nobara. So, she said, taking out dolls that she would control for a second, then rock golems would come out behind her. With Izuku. Izuku was in an alley stuck to a wall. Izuku. I never thought I'd see both of them. I love them but I don't want to die, he said, relieved, but his cell phone would ring. How strange, almost no one calls me, he said while answering. Izuku. Allo. A.M. Izuku, it's me, A.M. Why didn't you tell me that you fought with so many guys, said to Izuku's shock. Izuku. How do you know? He asked nervously. A.M. The news revealed everything, said to Izuku's surprise. Izuku. But how? A.M. I don't know, but I didn't want to talk to you about that, he said. To get serious, Nezu called me and he wants you to go to ********************. They are fighting against a villain, he said seriously. Izuku. But why me? A.M. With everything you've done, the state decided to give you a hero license, so this first mission said to give him a hero impression. Well, go help Yukio who is fighting Carnage, said to cut it short. Izuku. Wait, with who? He asked with a little fear. Hello. Shit. Damn, I'm corrupting, he said, to go to the UA and get his hero suit and go to the location that AM sent him. Upon arriving, Izuku would see Yukio in his dragon form fighting against a being that seemed to be made of blood with teeth and claws on his feet and hands. Yukio was dodging attacks and Carnage was giving him no respite with his tentacles that had sharp blades at the tips that could already cut the rose. Carnage. I'm tired, he said, so his arm turns into a giant axe. He pulled back his arm and then brought it forward to hit Ryukyu. Before this hit, Izuku used 20% of the OFA to lift her up and leave her a little far from the fight. Izuku. Stay here, I'll take care of it, he said, giving her a smile and leaving. Ryukyu. How cute, she said, blushing. Izuku would return to the scene. Izuku. Hey, said, to get Carnage's attention now I will be your opponent, said in combat pose. Carnage. EHHH said, looking at him, you seem like a better guest to me, he said, so that the mass that looked like blood would go away and only you could see. Issei. Hey, why are you leaving me? He said, looking at his hands. We were supposed to be a team. He yelled at the symbiote that was on the ground and looked like an accumulated mass. Izuku. Huh? What are you? He said, looking at the red mass on the ground. Carnage. I am a symbiote, and that ugly one you see over there, said, pointing a tentacle at Issei, was my host, but now it will be you, said, jumping at Izuku's face. Izuku. Take it off, he said, trying to take it off with his hands, but the symbiote would pass towards his arms, disappearing. Huh? He said, confused, and then out of nowhere the mass begins to cover him. Aw, it hurts. He screamed in pain while the suit surrounded him. Carnage. Wow, I feel more powerful, he said while looking at himself. Carnage. I'm going to enjoy this like you have no idea, said, seeing Issei, who was shitting his pants. Hey, remember we were buddies, he said, trying to talk Carnage out of doing anything to him. Cranage. Let me think about it. Now you don't deserve to die, I would say, to make thousands of blades that would come out of his back and then dismember Issei into pieces. Thus leaving a scene that disgusted some civilians who were there. Carnage. That's for using me for your nonsense, he said, and then laughed and saw what heroes were coming. Let the carnage begin, he said, and launched himself against the heroes. In Izuku's mind, this one could be seen floating in a completely red void. Izuku. Huh? Where am I? He said, to look everywhere and see a big shadow like that of a demon. Carnage. We're in your mind, kid. Izuku. What do you want? He said, looking at him. Carnage. I have a deal for you. Izuku. And why should I accept? He asked doubtfully. Carnage. I don't know, right now I'm fighting with heroes and I could kill them, he said with murderous intent. Izuku. Okay, he said resignedly. Talk. Carnage. Well, since you are a hero and I like to kill, I suggest we only kill villains. Izuku. What? You're crazy if you think I'll accept, he said, refusing to do that. Carnage. I'm going to ask you a question, he said to get Izuku's attention a little. If killing a villain saves the lives of thousands, what would you do? He said to leave Izuku a little doubtful. I'll tell you something. Issei killed and raped women. Do you think he can be forgiven? He said so that Izuku would lower his gaze. There are times where killing is the solution, he said while standing next to Izuku. Izuku. I accept asterisk at that. Carnage smiled, but we will only kill villains and when necessary, he said so that Carnage would still smile. Carnage. Okay. Outside Izuku's mind, Carnage was about to kill the heroes but would stop and make a dome around himself. Extra hero. What's going on? He asked, seeing what was happening. Endeavor. Pay attention, he said with blood running from his head. The dome came off to reveal a new Carnage. Endeavor. Pay attention, he said to start creating a fireball. Izuku. Wait, he said so that the mask covering his face goes away revealing Izuku. Endeavor. Brat, are you Carnage? He said still with his attack. Izuku. No, he said to start telling everything. Endeavor. Now I understand, he said and then saw Issei's corpse. I want to vomit, he said to look everywhere and go to a corner and vomit. After that Izuku went with Nezu to talk about Carnage, after a friendly chat where Carnage threatened Nezu to convince the president that he can kill villains but in extreme situations, something that Carnage was happy about since he likes to kill. After that, Izuku told that to his friends who were terrified but calmed down a bit, but in the middle of a conversation, Carnage popped out of Izuku's back like a head. Carnage. Hey brat, said so Shoto would scream since he was scared what a girl said looking at him. Izuku. What happened? He said a little discouraged that this happened to him. Carnage. I'm hungry. Izuku. Do you eat? Asked confused. Carnage. If I eat something that is in the brains, he said so that Izuku would be terrified and Shoto would shit himself in fear, but it is also in chocolates, he said so that the two would calm down and Shoto would go change his pants. Izuku. Well, he said to go to the refrigerator and take out a box of chocolates. Is this enough? Carnage. Yes, Izuku. And how do you eat them? He asked with some bewilderment. Carnage. Well, you eat them and then I receive the nutrients. In short, we share a stomach. He said this so that Izuku would go pale. Izuku. Okay, he said to sigh and start eating the chocolates. After 30 minutes of Izuku eating the Carnage chocolates, he was already satisfied. Izuku. Better? I asked the symbiote Carnage. Better, said satisfied. Well, I'm going to sleep there. See you, said to get into Izuku's body. Izuku. How I hate my life, said crying comically until he would receive a call from Nezu. Izuku. Director Nezu. Nezu. Yes, it's me, young Midoriya. We have another mission, he said so that Izuku would curse himself for talking. Now you will have to travel to Mexico, he said impressing Izuku well. See you there, he said to hang up the call. Izuku. Wait now for Mexico. Ah, how I hate my life, he said lamenting. But suddenly someone knocks on the door but no one opened it, so Izuku went to open it. Izuku. Yes, he asked, seeing a white-haired girl. Nier. Hello, my name is Nier and I am your bodyguard. Izuku would just blush. Izuku. How cute, he said without thinking, and then a tentacle that came out of his back slaps him. I'm sorry, I said without thinking, he said blushing. Meyer. No problem, he said with a red tint on his cheeks. Izuku. Wait, he said to realize something. Aren't you the number 2 heroine of the United States to be the bloodiest heroine? He said with a little fear. Nier. Yes, said as if nothing happened. Izuku. And you're going to be my bodyguard? Nier. Again yes, Izuku. And why does America's number 2 heroine want to take care of me? He asked with doubt and calmer. Nier. A certain Hiyashi paid me $5 million to take care of you. Izuku just blanked out at the amount. Izuku. Wait. My dad? He asked with his eyes wide open. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen the old man, he said remembering the old times. Nier. Well, where am I going to be since I have to be with you 24/7 according to my contract, he said looking at a paper and then putting it away. Izuku. Well, about that, I'm going to Mexico, so I guess you'll have to accompany me, he said with a sigh. Before they follow a girl I speak. Eri. Dad said happily running towards Izuku. Izuku. Eri said carrying her on his shoulders. How are you, Flea, he said happily. Eri. Hee, I'm fine, Daddy, she said happily. Izuku. And who did you come with? He asked, looking around. Eri would get nervous and quickly change the subject. Eri. Dad, who is she? She asked, looking at Nier asterisk is she my mom? She asked, leaving Izuku blank, but before he could say anything, Nier spoke. Nier. Yes little one, I'm your mommy she said while taking Eri from Izuku's shoulders and she carried her. Eri. Yes, I have a mommy she said happily plus we have the same hair color she said while grabbing a lock of her hair and comparing it with Nier's. Nier. Yes said happily before they follow a myriad of vinyl running. Mirio. Eri said tiredly I told you not to run away he said to make Eri nervous. Izuku. Wait, how did you escape? He said looking at Eri. Eri. I'm leaving now, daddy, see you too, mommy she said to run away to be chased by Mirio again. Nier would see him leave and would be serious looking at Izuku. Nier. You heard, right? He said something with an aura of death that scared Izuku. Izuku. WW what? He asked fearfully. Nier. Now I'm Eri's mother, meaning you're my property. She said it so Izuku's hair literally stood on end. Asterisk. Izuku. No but, Nier. But nothing, so be more careful he said to return to his normal state well, let's pack our bags to go to Mexico he said to leave. Izuku. I'm scared he said to go to his room. Izuku could be seen on a plane flying to Mexico and next to Nier who was leaning on his shoulder. Izuku. I don't think it's that bad either said to sleep. 8 hours of flight later. Izuku's plane is already descending in a wooded area because there were only trees around it. Voice from the plane. Passengers, we are already disembarking. Please be careful so that your luggage is not stolen. Said the voice, but the only passengers were Izuku and Nier. Izuku would wake up Nier who almost stabbed him for doing that. The plane being on the ground would open the door where Izuku and Nier would come out with their hero suits. Izuku. Well, this is supposed to give us the location of where we should go he said with a tracker in his right hand well, let's go this way he said to get into the forest. Nier. Okay she said following him but being attentive to any danger. The two would continue walking through the forest. Of course along the way Izuku was scared by the spiders XD after 1 hour of walking they would reach an area where everything was destroyed, men on the ground beaten like punching bags and in the center of an entire temple. Izuku. But what happened here? He asked excitedly. Man. Auude he said with difficulty since blood was coming out of his mouth in large quantities. Izuku would quickly go to his assistant while Nier covered his back. Izuku. What happened? He asked excitedly. Man. LLLA said weakly to painting at the top of the temple where there was a woman. The man could not bear it any longer and would fall dead, absolutely dead, he is sunk in terrible suffering, okay, enough is enough XD. Izuku. Who are you? He asked, in a fighting pose like Nier who had his sword. The unknown woman would jump down and stand a few meters ahead of Izuku. Me, well, I'm a goddess she said smiling with a kind of mace in her hand and a shield in the other. Izuku. A what? He asked with his eyes wide open. Yes, and I want more fun he said to jump to attack Izuku but before his deck touches him Nier would cover him with his sword. Nier. Attentive said to make the goddess back off. Interesting he said to go against Nier this time. The two nimbly blocked each other's attack. How funny what happens if I use more power he said to be faster and stronger. Nier. Shit he said receiving a punch from the goddess and stepping back to stand next to Izuku. Izuku. Now I'll take care of it he said to activate 40% of the OFA. Note. Izuku dominates 60% and 80% with Carnage. Izuku without wasting a second Izuku would launch himself against the goddess who would barely dodge him and then with a boost jump backwards doing a spin in the air to get away from Izuku. This is going to be fun he said happily and then at a speed that exceeds sound he approached Izuku and prepared a fist. Izuku faced that and put his arms in an X shape to cover himself from the blow. Upon impact, Izuku flew out, crashing into a tree and breaking it. Izuku. Shit he said in pain. Carnage. Boy, it's time he said in Izuku's mind. Izuku. Yes he said so that Izuku can get the controlled Carnage suit, meaning the one you're going to see. Izuku would use his maximum OFA that he could use thus launching himself against the goddess who was impressed by this. How funny, he said while fighting Izuku with his bare hands. Izuku thought. How much power does he have? He wondered in an exchange of blows. The two would walk away while looking at each other. What's your name? He asked kindly. Izuku. I don't think it's the best time, but Izuku said without letting his guard down. Well, since you introduced yourself, I'll introduce myself too, she said smiling. My name is Quetzalcoatl, or you can call me Luku, or if you want, the girl of your dreams, said the one now known as Luku. Izuku. I don't think this is the best time, he said, but underneath his symbiote he was blushing. Nier was burning with jealousy even though it didn't show. Izuku and Luku were about to jump, but a little voice was heard. Hey Luku, te dije que no salieras del templo dijo regalando a Luku. Luku. I'm sorry, she said, depressed since she was having fun. Izuku. Huh, what happened? He asked, confused. Hello, let me introduce myself, I'm Kana, said the girl. Kana. I am the guardian of this temple, she said, a little sad. My father left me here as guardian of this, she said, pointing to Luku asterisk, but that is already in the past, so Luku, let's go back to the temple, she said sadly. It would break Izuku's heart to hear that his father had given him the job of protecting a temple for thousands of years in solitude. Izuku. Maybe I'll regret this, but he said, calling Nier, Luku, and Kana's attention. Why don't you go to Japan with us? He asked, so Kana could open her eyes. Kana. You mean it, she said with some tears. Izuku. Are you okay? He asked, undoing his symbiote suit as he approached Kana. Kana. Yes, she said, wiping away her tears. We agree to go with you, she said happily. Nier. Izuku, are you sure about this? Jealousy asked. Izuku. Yes, he said, smiling to receive a hug from Luku. Luku. Thank you very much, he said, sinking it between her breasts. Izuku. B breasts, said with spiral eyes. Nier. It's time to go, he said, taking Izuku out of Luku and putting him between his people. So the four would leave, being guided by Nier since Izuku was fainted. Kana and Luku were impressed to see the plane since they had not seen anything like it, and they asked Nier thousands of questions. The three would get on. Why three? Well, Nier was carrying Izuku. So the four of them went to Japan. When they arrived, a blushing Izuku while holding Kana between his shoulders, and Nier and Luku came looking at each other with hatred. Nezu. How was the mission? He asked, seeing how Izuku had a girl, and who was the girl. He asked so Izuku could tell him everything that happened. Wow, but it's okay for them to stay, but they are under your responsibility, so I'm leaving, he said, leaving in a mini Ferrari XD. Izuku. Wait, he said, but this one already left. Okay, he said, to think. Well, I know where to go, he said, to start walking, being followed by Luku and Nier. Everyone would walk until they reached a humble house, where Izuku would knock on the door. Inko. I'm coming, she said, to open the door and see Izuku with a girl. Izuku, you already gave me a granddaughter, she said with tears while hugging Kana. Izuku. No, squeals like a girl. Is that I wanted to ask you to stay for her, he said, pointing to Luku, and she said to point to Kana, who was in Inko's arms. Inko. Oh, said sadly, but they are your girlfriends, asked, looking at her son mischievously. Izuku would just blush, but before saying anything someone would speak. Nier. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Izuku's girlfriend, she said, introducing herself. Inko. You see, son, I told you you could, she said, hitting her son with her shoulder. Luku. Nice to meet you, I'm also Izuku's girlfriend, she said, introducing herself. Inko. You sure don't waste your time, but, why is he like this? She asked about Luku's hairstyle. Izuku. He didn't have time to change because he was at a costume party, he said, the first thing that came to mind. Inko would narrow her eyes, seeing her son, making him nervous. Inko. Okay, son, smiling. Well, come here, honey, we are going to change your clothes, said to leave with Luku. Izuku. Well, now about Kana, he said, so that these can be seen. What do I do with you? I don't want you to be taken to an orphanage, he said, thinking since he didn't want her to be taken away. Carnage. What if you adopt her? He said mentally. Izuku. I don't know. Wait, since when are you kind? I mentally ask my symbiote. Carnage. AHHHGGGGG, how disgusting your kindness is, it infects me, he said, to cut the mental link. Nier. Izuku said, snapping his fingers in front of Izuku. Izuku. Huh. Said confused. What happened? Near. You were still for 10 minutes, said looking at him. Izuku. I've already decided, he said to get the two's attention. I'm going to adopt you, he said to Nier's shock and Kana's confusion. Kana. What is adoption? I asked Izuku. Izuku thought. She looks like me Eri when I met her, he said, touching his heart. Izuku. Now I'll be your father, he said, making Kana cry. Are you okay? I asked, alerted. Kana. It's just that I always wanted a father who loves me, she said happily. Izuku. Yeah, well, come here, you're going to sleep, he said to guide her to her old room. Nier. It's good that you accept the job, said with a red tint. In Izuku's room. Izuku. You're going to sleep here, he said, entering and seeing that everything was the same. Kana. Wow, this is more comfortable than the floor, she said while lying down and covering herself with the sheets, and this is warmer than the leaves, she said, comfortable. Izuku was heartbroken by this, as he couldn't believe a girl would have to go through that. Izuku. Yes, he said, seeing her happy. It seems she fell asleep, he said to leave the room and close the door carefully. I wonder how Eri will take it, he said to himself. Luku. Hello, said behind him. At this, Izuku would be scared and then see Luku with his mother. Luku. Hello, said happily in front of Izuku. Izuku. He didn't say anything since he was amazed at how Luku looked now. Inko. How lucky I still had it, she said happily. Luku. How'd I look, Izuku? He said, approaching Izuku. Izuku. Well, he said nervously and blushed. Near. You look good, he said darkly behind Izuku. Izuku. Near, said nervously Luku. Oh, it's you, he said looking at her still with his smile. Izuku. Well, mommy, I want to talk to you about something. Inko. Of course, come on, let's go to the living room. We have to let your girlfriends talk, he said blushing to Izuku. So Izuku and Inko would go to the saw, leaving Luku and Nier, who stared at each other, and if you looked closely rays came out of their eyes. Inko. And what do you want to talk about, son? I asked him while pouring some coffee into his cup and taking a sip. Izuku. He sighed to calm down. I want to adopt Kana, he said so that Inko spits her coffee on the table. Inko. Son, that would be two with this, but fine by me, she said happily. Izuku. I knew you would like the idea, he said smiling. Besides, I think it would be best for Kana and Eri to have someone to trust, he said while also pouring himself coffee. Inko. What have I told you? Drinking caffeine is bad for you, she said taking the coffee away. Izuku. There are things that don't change, he said smiling. Meanwhile, somewhere a very dark alley could be seen. A few seconds later, a bloody hero would try to leave but would fall to the ground and then look back. Hero. Please, said watching someone coming out of the alley. Let me live. He didn't finish as the person hit him so hard that his face broke. Damn, I can't believe my brother became a hero, said a white-haired girl. Him and his damn things like, learning from my mistakes makes a person better. Or, this path is better, she said trying to imitate him. That faggot almost caught me, she said a little angrily. But I escaped and now the hunt in Japan is coming, she said to hide in the shadows of the alley. Returning with Izuku, he was leaving his house to go with Kota since he promised him that he would train him. Of course he had to be very stealthy so that Nier and Luku wouldn't follow him. As he walked, they asked him for autographs or photos, politely of course. Izuku continued on his way until he saw two girls he knew and hid behind a trash can. Izuku. What are the two of them doing? And what are they doing together? He said, seeing Mitsuri and Nobara apparently putting up posters of him with a reward of 1 million yen. Shit. He said to lower his head since they saw his detection. Izuku thought. Damn, I'm scared. Carnage, are you there? He asked his symbiote mentally. Carnage. Now what do you want? I was dreaming of the best dream. Killing everyone without exceptions, said angrily. Izuku. It's not time for that, I need your help, he said mentally, but before they continue someone touches Izuku's shoulder. Izuku would only feel fear and slowly turn around to see someone he knew and was grateful that it wasn't one of them. Hello Izuku, it's been a while since we last saw each other, said a blue-haired girl wearing Olympic sportswear. Izuku. Mizuki. He said out loud and then covered his mouth and made Mizuki crouch down so he could hide too. Mizuki. What are you doing, Izuku? I asked him a little blushing. Izuku. I hide from them, he said, pointing to a part so that Mizuki raises her head a little and sees two girls and then lowers it. Mizuki. Who are they? She asked jealously. Izuku. Well, they're friends, but I'm a little scared, he said nervously. Mizuki. And what are you going to do? Izuku. When I tell you, we'll both leave, he said, so that with his symbiote he can make a helmet on his head. Let's go, he said, to leave his hiding place with Mizuki. The two would pass by Nobara and Mitsuri, who would see the one with the helmet for a while and then leave the place. Izuku. How lucky, he said, undoing his helmet. And so how did it go? He asked, intrigued about how his childhood friend did. Mizuki. Well, since I went to China, things went well for me. I'm already a heroine, she said happily. And you, Izuku? I asked Izuku, who was a little thoughtful. Izuku. Well, just yesterday I got my hero license. I saved many people and I have 2 daughters, he said happily. Mizuki. What did you say, Izuku? He asked with a purple aura that Izuku wouldn't notice. Izuku. Yes, my 2 daughters, Eri, that I saved her and then adopted her, and Kana, that I'm with the adoption papers, he said happily and nostalgically. Mizuki. Oh, she said calmer. And where were you going? I asked her with some curiosity. Izuku. I'm going to train my pupil, he said happily. Mizuki. Should I come with you? She asked excitedly. Izuku. I don't know. Wait, why are you in Japan? He asked confused. Mizuki. So I forgot, he said while hitting his fist with his palm. I'm on a mission with other heroes. A dangerous monster came here to Japan from China and they sent us to capture her, he said, remembering, and then sadly, well, I have to go look for information, he said, to leave. Izuku. Okay, he said, to continue being happy to have met his childhood friend again. Izuku, after walking a lot and using the Ofa a little to escape from the people, would arrive at the Pussycats forest. Izuku. I'm here, he said, sighing and knocking on the door of the house. Pixie Bob. Who is it? She asked to open the door. Oh, hello, Izuku. She said flirtatiously. Are you coming to see me? She asked, getting closer. Izuku. I'm coming for Kota, he said nervously. Pixie Bob. Oh, I'll look for him now, he said a little sadly, to go get Kota. In the Kota room, he was dancing like Michael Jackson. He would be dancing, but out of nowhere someone opens his door. Pixie Bob. Kota has already come, Izuku said to see how he would stop dancing. Kota. Knock before entering, embarrassed scream to leave and go to the door of his house where Izuku was waiting for him. Kota. Hello, Izuku Nei said happily to his hero. Izuku. Hello, Kota, he said, getting down to her level while ruffling her hair. And your aunt? He asked curiously. Kota. He told me he was going on a mission, but we're going to train, he said excitedly. Izuku. Of course, let's go, he said to put Kota on his shoulders and go to Kota's not-so-secret lair. So the two would train where Izuku helped Kota to better control his quirk, thus being able to mold and control the water instead of just shooting jets. Now he also increased the power of his water jet a little XD. Meanwhile, a dimensional gap opened in the middle of nowhere from which someone or something would emerge and then close. I'm coming for you, Izuku Midoriya said while everything went black, while only the light emitted by his eyes or what they seemed to be could be seen. Izuku had already dropped Kota off at his house after the training they had. Now Izuku was with his class in a meeting since they wanted to see each other. Bakugo. How boring, he said complaining. Shoto. They don't have Soba said sadly and wanting to leave. Izuku. Although the stupidity they do is funny said watching how Kirishima made JoJo's poses next to Zero. Without anyone saying or doing anything, the lights began to fail and then black rays appeared in the room that moved quickly throughout the room, but there was no one there. Izuku. What's going on? He said, alerted in a battle pose while activating his maximum OFA that he could control. Mineta. I'm scared said crying. Momo. Make a circle she said, but rays would appear and in the center of the room a type of robot would appear. Ha 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 ha, everyone gathered, the traitor said while looking at Aoyama, the coward said while looking at Mineta, the ungrateful dog said while looking at everyone present, I know them all and you, Izuku said pointing at the aforementioned. See you soon, Izuku said to disappear and leave black rays. Izuku. What was that? He said a little shocked. Bakugo. I don't know, but what the hell did that tin shiny tell me? Screams at the top of his lungs. Mineta. Did he call me a coward? He asked angrily. Denki. Let's see the truth, things as they are, he said, agreeing with the robot. Izuku without waiting would go out to talk about this with AM to see if he knew anything. He would call him and they would meet at the beach. After a few minutes Izuku would arrive and see AM. Izuku. Hello, AM said, approaching him. Toshinori. Young Midoriya said in his skeletal form. Note. I'm now going to call AM that when he's in his inflated form and Toshinori in his skeletal form to avoid confusion. Toshinori. And what was it that you wanted to talk about? He said calmly while he saw a speed. Izuku. Yes, about that, he said. To get serious, today a type of robot came to visit me and my classmates and it seems he knew us, he said seriously. Toshinori just spat out his coke at this. Toshinori. Really? Said as seriously as possible. Izuku. I even drew it, he said, giving him a drawing of the robot. Toshinori would be surprised to see him since he had seen him and fought with him along with the other carriers. Toshinori. Young Midoriya, I'm going to tell you, he said to get Izuku's attention. He is Clover, he said seriously. We don't know who he is, but over time he faced the previous bearers and defeated them. He said something about cultivating this power for me to be born and he left in a portal, he said, remembering how he had defeated him as if nothing had happened. You don't know who he is, but we only know that he is someone formidable, he said seriously. Izuku. Thanks, said to stand up. I have to go, we'll talk later, AM said, saying goodbye. Toshinori. Take care, young Midoriya said to Izuku. I hope nothing happens to the shonen, thought the last thing. Izuku would be walking but he grabs him by the neck. Izuku. Shit, he said, seeing who it was. Clover. Hello, Izuku said with a distorted voice. I would like to kill you now but I need you to see me born. Izuku. Who are you? He asked with effort. Cover. I am the future, Izuku. You took everything from me, he said angrily, and it's time for my revenge, he said to leave, leaving a trail of black rays, leaving Izuku on the ground while holding his throat. Izuku. Shit, cough said, because of the pain. Shit, I must be prepared, said to go home. Izuku would arrive and see his mother braiding Kana's hair and Nier and Luku talking. Izuku. Hello, he said so everyone could see it. All. Hello son, dad, Izuku said in unison. Izuku. I'm going to change to enroll Kana at the school where Kota and Eri are, he said calmly. Kana. Dad, who are they? Asked confused. Izuku. Well, Eri is your little sister, he said, making Kana happy, and Kota is my pupil, he said proudly, since Kota progressed with his quirk. Kana. Oh, she said, already understanding. And what is school? She asked, leaving Izuku blank. Izuku. Well, a school is. So Izuku explained that it's a place where you learn and stuff like that. XD. Kana. Oh, I understand, she said excitedly, since she could meet more children. Izuku. Well, I'm going to change to go register you, he said to go to his room. Elsewhere, you could see Shigaraki drinking a beer, Kurogiri cleaning, Dabi dyeing his hair black, Toga looking at photos of Izuku, etc. in the League of Villains bar, but out of nowhere someone opens the door. Is this the League of Villains? Asked, looking at a piece of paper. Tamura. Yes, who are you? He asked, about to attack. I am Gianella, the hero annihilator, she said, making a pose that would intimidate the biggest man. Tamura. And why do you want to join? Gianella. To kill heroes, she said, smiling maniacally. Toga. Boss, join us, said happy that there is another crazy one. Tamura. Okay, he said resignedly, you guys will be in charge of showing him the facilities, he said to leave. Toga. Come on, new friend, I'm going to show you the den, she said happily, being followed by a Gianella who saw her strangely. Elsewhere, Clover could be seen in a totally dark place. Clover. There's less and less time left until my era is born, ha 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 ha, she laughed maniacally while her dark moments came out with everything. Returning with Izuku, he was walking towards Ua. Why? Nezu created an UA for the younger students, where Eri and Kota studied. Izuku was heading to the principal's office, but of course, on the way, he had to hide because there were many posters asking him to capture and deliver them to an address that belonged to Nobara and Mitsuri. Izuku. It was close, he said, already walking through the halls of Ua to talk to Nezu about Kana. Nezu was hugging a Minnie Mouse stuffed animal XD, but out of nowhere there was a knock on his door, He quickly hid the stuffed animal in a secret compartment on the floor. Nezu. Come in, he said, a little angry that I interrupted his kissing session with Minnie Mouse XD**. Izuku. Hello director, he said, going to the director's room and then closing the door. I wanted to talk about enrolling a new girl to the mini UA, he said, taking a seat. Nezu. And who would that new student be? He asked curiously, forgetting that he was interrupted. Izuku. Her name is Kana, he said, handing her a sheet of paper with the information. Nezu. Yes, good quirk, better than Ryukyu's, said, reading everything written. Apparently she is another daughter of yours, said, seeing it. Izuku. Yes, a little while ago my mom gave me the papers to sign and be the legal father, he said, smiling. Nezu. It's okay, I see potential, he's inside, he'll be with your pupil and you, another daughter, so I suppose that's what you want, he said, looking at Izuku, who nodded at that. Izuku. Well, thank you very much, director, and when does it start? I asked Nezu. Nezu. Well, today is Friday and I guess on Monday you have 2 days to have everything ready, he said to Izuku, who would nod and leave. Izuku would walk through the hallways while Carnage came out of his back. Carnage. I'm hungry, Izuku. Wait, let's go now, Carnage. But I'm very hungry, he said insistently. Izuku. I told you to wait, he said angrily. Carnage. That liver looks delicious, he said while sticking out his long tongue and licking what could be his lips. Izuku. That's why I say let's go quickly to the cafeteria, he said to activate OFA and head towards the cafeteria so that without anyone noticing he can take a box of chocolates. Izuku would go to his room at UA by entering through the balcony, and from there he would eat all the chocolates. Meanwhile, Luku and Nier could be seen talking about something apparently. Nier. Well, now how do we do it so that my Izuku said to Luku, who would stare at her. Ars said, correcting herself, well, how do we do it so that no other bitch gets close to our thing, or so that Izuku doesn't consider us just friends? Luku. What if we rape him? She asked so Nier could see her. Nier. Maybe, but it would drive us crazy and she wouldn't want to get close, she said thoughtfully. Luku. What if we win her affection as mothers, since Izuku adopted Kana and has his daughter Eri, said using his brain. Nier. Yes, apart from Eri, she already called me mommy, and what I always wanted was to start a family, she said happily. Luku. Then we already have a plan, he said happily. Nier. Luku. Izuku, you will soon be ours, they said a little yandere. With Izuku he was walking down the street, but out of nowhere he felt a chill. Izuku. I feel an imbalance in strength, he said, and then that tickling came back and he dodged a kick and blocked a blow. Izuku would see that they were 2 girls who had full bodysuits. Izuku. Damn, they're strong, he thought, to activate 15% OFA and push away one with short hair and jump back away from the 2. Izuku. Who are they? He said seriously. You just have to know that we are your opponents, he said in a fighting pose. And you better get serious, he said to start running against Izuku. Izuku would quickly do a foot sweep, but the short-haired girl who was running against him would jump to kick him in the face. Izuku managed to dodge it, and then with his symbiote he would make a tentacle that grabs a fist from the long-haired girl. Izuku would make his tentacle move towards hitting the short-haired girl with the body of the long-haired girl. A little confusing, I lose XD. Izuku would quickly subdue them with his tentacles. Izuku. Well, who are they? He asked seriously. Size, well, there's nothing left. I'm Asami, said the girl with long black hair. And I am Noria, she said, a little disappointed that they are easily subdued. Asami. We are part of the Hero Association. Izuku. But that's the Chinese rating system, he said, a little curious since this was Japan. Noria. Yes, we came on a covert mission, but we also wanted to test the next symbol of peace, as everyone calls you, she said, blushing to Izuku. Izuku. Well, it's not that bad, he said to undo his tentacles. Asami. How cute you are, said blushing to Izuku. Izuku. Well, you have me. He didn't finish because he had to dodge ice stakes. Death. I found you, Izukito said, making ice pillars against Izuku. He would nimbly dodge before the eyes of Noria and Asami, who would be surprised by his agility. Izuku. Go away, crazy, he said, a little scared. Death. Crazy in love, Izuku said, but accidentally an attack was going towards Noria and Asami. Izuku would realize that, so he carried Noria in a bridal fashion and made a tentacle to grab Asami with it and put her on his back, thus being able to dodge the attack and escape. Death. You'll be mine sometime, Izuku. Screams, watching Izuku walk away. Izuku. You're crazy, he answered, leaving the place. Death. He got away from me again, she said while lowering her head. Next time I'll bring my whip, she said to leave. With Izuku, he was jumping on buildings with a Ferris wheel in his arms and Asami on his back, which made both of them blush since it was normal for them to see people moving away. Izuku. Well, I'm going to leave them here, he said, stopping at a building and getting the two girls off. Asami. It's okay, she said while looking at him. Noria. If it's not to bother you, where are you going? She asked curiously. Izuku. I have to investigate a new enemy, he said seriously. I don't know who it is, but he is powerful, so I can't waste time, he said, looking at his hand to shake it. So I'm going. See you later, he said, to jump off the building and start using his symbiote to swing with his tentacles, using them like spider webs. Noria. It's cute, she said, blushing. Asami. Yes. Wait, how do we get down? She said so the two would look at each other. Noria, Asami. Hey, wait. They shouted at Izuku, but he was no longer there. Asami. Well, the old-fashioned way, said, breaking the floor and going down a floor like that until reaching the first floor, where they went out the door to the street. Noria. Well, let's go. Let's meet up with the others to start making a search perimeter, she said, so that Asami nods and they start walking towards their meeting place. With Izuku, this one was swinging with the help of his symbiote. He would be heading to a place where Nezu gave him suits, things, toys like Batman's XD. Izuku would just stand in front of a large rock. He would see if there was no one else and he would put his hand on the rock. A blue light would come out and the rock would move, thus showing a path. Izuku would enter and then the rock would return to where it was, thus closing the entrance. Izuku would walk down the hallway, seeing a motorcycle, a plane, a car, a boat, and a mini-jet. He would be surprised by everything there was. He would continue on his way and see a large computer. Izuku. Wow, Nezu really showed off. I thought he was going to do like the UA. I mean, crap, he said with a bit of mockery. Computer. Hello, Mr. Izuku. Izuku. Who said that? He asked, looking around. Computer. It's me, Mickey. I'm the artificial intelligence created by Mr. Shield and Miss Melissa Shield. Izuku. Aya. Wait, are they here? He asked excitedly to see Melissa. Mickey. Unfortunately, they're not here, but they will be here soon. Izuku. Aya is fine. Wait, why is your name Mickey? He asked, holding back a laugh. Mickey. Principal Nezu and his bullshit, said without knowing. Izuku. Well, I want you to put the surveillance camera of the High Alliance common room from 2 days ago, he said calmly. Mickey. Okay, said to put it on one of the 10 screens. Izuku would look at Clover over and over again, trying to see some weakness or something, but nothing. Izuku. There's nothing, he said, a little frustrated. Mickey. Well, young Izuku, I have just been informed that there is an explosion in ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Izuku. Okay, he said to go to the side where there were 3 suits, the one from his beginning, the camouflage one and a robotic one. Wow, he said with stars seeing his suits. Mickey. Yes, there are 3 suits, each one for a different cheer, the first one resistance, the second stealth and the third attack, said on a screen that was on the wall. Izuku. Wow, who created them? He asked and then thanked. Mickey. If I'm not mistaken, Miss May created them and is now creating another one. Izuku. I'll thank you later, he said, taking his normal suit to change. Well, I have to get there quickly, he said, getting on the motorcycle and trying to start it. What's going on? He asked, confused. Mickey. He has to activate his quirk. Depending on the percentage he uses, his speed will increase, he said on a screen that the motorcycle had. Izuku. That's a pleasure, he said, to activate 25% of OFA and start it. Wow, it's fast, he said, seeing the speed. Shit, he said, seeing how he was going to crash into a big rock. God, it's me again, he said, closing his eyes, waiting to crash, but nothing. He would open his eyes and see that he was alone. There was a path. Izuku. Wow, yeah, he said, doing a wheelie to go faster. Izuku would dodge cars to get to the place quickly. Upon arriving, Izuku would see buildings burning, heroes lying on the ground, and in the distance he would see Mirko with Endeavor fighting against a blonde person with strange armor. What weak heroes, he said while raising a hand, and golden portals appeared where weapons came out. Die, he said to move his hand, and the swords would go against the two heroes. The heroes could do nothing since they were tired and badly wounded. They awaited their inevitable death, but a green ray saved them. Mirko. Huh, said, opening his eyes to see Izuku. Brat, what are you doing here? Izuku. I came to help, he said, leaving the two in a safe place. Endeavor. Damn, brat said, spitting out a little blood. Izuku. Don't be so arrogant, now it's my turn, he said, to go to the battle zone. Izuku. Your time has come, he said in front of the blonde. Interesting, he said, looking down a little since Izuku was a little shorter. You could see Izuku throwing rays with intensity, and in front of him the blonde with golden armor. Without waiting, the blonde would make a weapon in his hand to stab Izuku. He would quickly dodge to return the attack with a kick in the face of the blonde, who would quickly cover himself with his forearm and then push Izuku away. You're funny. Could you tell me the name of my next victim? He said arrogantly. Izuku wouldn't say anything and would activate his 60% so as not to waste time. Izuku, in a burst of speed, would take the blonde's weapon away from him. Izuku. I've got you, he said as he walked away with his weapon. Do you think so? He asked, extending his arm, and the weapon that was a sword that Izuku had in his hand would drag Izuku against the blonde. Izuku would put up a fight, but with nothing else to do he let go. The sword would return to the blonde's hand. Easy, he said while raising his hand with his sword. And now you die, he said, smiling while raising his hand with his sword. By doing that, golden portals would open where thousands of weapons would fly at Izuku. He dodged as best he could since the weapons did not give him a rest. Some grazed him, making cuts. Izuku. Shit, if I continue like this I'll die, he thought while dodging. Well, it's time, he said, to be surrounded by carnage and be in his controlled suit. Izuku. Wow, you got slower, he said as he approached while easily dodging the weapons. Shit, he said to lower his arm, and a huge portal would open above Izuku where a giant mallet would come out. *D. He screamed while he saw the weapon fall. Izuku. Shit, he said as he lifted the giant mallet with difficulty. What the hell? What is this made of? He asked with difficulty as he lifted it and threw it aside. Shit, he said desperately while throwing the gun from his hand. Izuku. Dodge, said to jump. Spin, said to spin in the air, and puumm, said to give the blonde a double kick in the face. The blonde would receive the filler stop, breaking his nose and falling unconscious. Izuku. Wow, that was really difficult, he said while his symbiote suit disappeared. Carnage. Can we kill him? I asked, coming out from behind his back. Izuku. No, you know something. Eat a chocolate, he said to eat a chocolate, and Carnage received it. Carnage. This makes me feel comfortable, he said to enter Izuku again. Mirko. Hey, did you beat him? He asked, standing up with difficulty. Izuku. Yes, he said while stepping aside and showing the blonde's fainted body. Endeavor. Damn kid, he said while putting an anti-quirk collar on the blonde. Well, I don't know. I needed your help, he said while leaving with the unconscious blonde's body. Mirko. Well, I'm going to sleep, he said as he fell to the ground. Izuku. I'm going to call an ambulance, he said to take out his phone and call the doctors, who arrived after 10 minutes. When Izuku saw that they were arriving, he left without further ado on his motorcycle. He would go to his Deku cave where he would leave his motorcycle and go buy things for Kana's first day at school, as he only had one day left to get everything ready. Meanwhile, Eri could be seen with Nier in a cafe where Eri was eating a cake and Nier was drinking a coffee. Nier. So, daughter, how have you been doing these past few days? I asked while drinking a coffee. Eri. Well, the explosive uncle taught me the art of exploitation, he said while throwing a grenade that was under his sleeve. The grenade fell right into Kurogiri's hand as he passed by. He quickly created a portal and sent the grenade towards the Tartar's prison. In Tartarus, AFO was seen tied up with a straitjacket and using breathing machines. AFO. Oh shit, the guards sure know how to get laid, he said, a little dizzy. Before I can say anything, a purple portal opens. AFO. Kurogiri, did you come for me? He asked but only saw a grenade. Son of a. He didn't finish because the grenade exploded. Returning with mother and daughter, Nier was talking about ways to torture an opponent, which Eri pointed out. The people around them moved away from the two out of fear. Eri. So I can do all that with a pencil? she asked, looking at her notes. Near. Yes said to take a sip of his coffee with Izuku. Izuku was seen at his mother's house while he was reading his phone to see if he saw anything about Clover but nothing. Izuku. Shit, this makes me nervous, he said, a little frustrated. Kana. Dad, what's wrong? She asked while eating soup. Izuku. Nothing, daughter, I just see other things. You're going to start school, he said happily. Kana. Yes, she said while jumping in her seat. Izuku. Daughter, be careful, you're falling, he said nearby in case she fell. Kana. Yes said to sit back down. With the League of Slimes, I say League of Villains. They could be seen drinking and Gianella hitting Spinner while everyone watched. Gianella. What? She asked, stopping hitting him. Tamura. Why are you hitting him? He asked, seeing Spinner with a bloody face. Gianella. He called me a cheap copy of Stain, said, offended. That's an offense to me. Rather, Stain is my cheap copy, she said, hitting him more. Dabi. I'm not getting involved, he said, raising his hands. Tamura. Where is Kurogiri when you need him? He asked, seeing everything that was happening while he hit himself with the bar, a bar, meaning where they start drinking things, so I say it just in case XD. But without anyone saying anything, a purple portal appears in the middle of everyone, capturing their attention and stopping what they were doing. Kurogiri comes out of it along with two people, a girl who looked 11 years old and someone very tall with a wide smile. Kurogiri. Young Tamura, here are the two you sent for, he said to go clean his glasses. Tamura. Well, introduce yourself, he said while drinking a beer. Well, I'm Doflamingo. I hope to kill you all, he said, smiling widely as he knew how to do. Tamura. And your little one? He asked to see what looked like an upset little girl. I'm Rui and I'm much older than you, Manolo, he said, making some people laugh at the comment. Tamura. And what are his quirks? He asked, a little annoyed why they call him Manolo. Rui, Doflamingo. Threads, they said, and the two looked at each other in unison. We will get along very well, they said, smiling. Tamura. Another pair of crazy people, but since he said tired. With Izuku. He was with Bakugo and Shoto talking about things, but out of nowhere black rays appear and out of nowhere Izuku is slammed against the pavement, cracking it in the process. Clover. Hello, Izuku said to dodge an explosion and ice pillar as if it were nothing. I'm too slow, said while dodging a flame of fire. Clover would continue dodging. No matter if they coordinated, she would dodge, until she got tired and buried Bakugo and Shoto's heads in the ground. Clover. I can't resist. I just want to kill you, said grabbing Izuku by the neck, but it doesn't matter. I have the lives of everyone you know. I control their life or death, but I just have to wait. Izuku. Who are you, he said with difficulty. Cover. I've already told you. I'm Soccer, Izuku. I know everything that will happen to you. Your future ha, but it's better that you live it, right? He said to throw Izuku to the ground and leave him there. See you soon, Izuku, he said to run away alone, leaving a trail of black lightning. Izuku. Shit, he said with difficulty. By coincidence, Nobara and Mitsuri were passing by and saw Izuku badly beaten up. Nobara, Mitsuri. Izuku, they said in unison, approaching to help him. Izuku. Girls, he said, and then fell unconscious. Nobara and Mitsuri would take Izuku to their house since they knew where his mother lived. Shoto. Did they leave us? He asked in pain. Bakugo. I think so, he said, to fall unconscious like Shoto. With Izuku, Nobara and Mitsuri had already arrived at Izuku's mother's house or Izuku's house. Whichever of the two XD, they would knock, but it would be Luku who would open the door. Luku. Who are you and what are you doing with Izuku? He said kindly, but felt a tremendous thirst to kill. Nobara. Later we'll talk about who the hell are you to talk like that about me, Izuku, she said to receive a look from Mitsuri. Well, ours. We just have to help him since we found him like that on the street, she said, so that Luku would let them pass. So they would leave Izuku on a chair to rest. Luku. So, who are you? He said from behind the two of them. Nobara. Why would we have to tell you? She asked challengingly. Luku. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked in front of Nobara. Nobara. No, are you sure? She asked, looking into her eyes. Mitsuri. Girls, I don't think it's a good time. Izuku is hurt, so we shouldn't cause him any problems, she said so the two of them would calm down. So it happened with just a silence, nobody wanted to talk, and they wondered where Inko or Kana were because the two went to an amusement park and would return later just like Nier who was with Eri. Meanwhile with Eri and Nier, the latter was showing on a blackboard the ways to torture a person, but more of a man. Eri just looked and quickly pointed. Eri. So the easiest way to torture a man is to castrate him, she said looking at her notes. Nier. That's right, daughter, she said, happy that her daughter is following in her footsteps. Really murky and really painful for the poor soul who bothered Eri. Same it was in a worm shape, so those from Latam will understand, and no, it's a roller coaster, but the one we got on is shaped like a worm XD. Kana. It's fun, she said with her hands outstretched. Inko. Yes, little one said the same as Kana with Izuku. He was already waking up and the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. Izuku. Eh? He said trying to get up. Shit, everything hurts, he said to lie down again. Wait, how did I get here? He said to look to the sides and see Nobara, Mitsuri and Luku sitting with their heads on the table, thus implying that they were asleep. Izuku. I better go, he said to get up with difficulty, but three hands grabbed his right arm. He said to see Mitsuri, Nobara and Luku standing smiling kindly while they grabbed his arm. The three. Where are you going, Izuku? They asked in unison, something that terrified Izuku since they looked like those twins from The Shining, but here they would be triplets. Izuku. He didn't know what to answer, but something occurred to him. I'm going to get a glass of water, he said nervously. Luku. But the kitchen is on the other side, said looking him in the eyes. Izuku. It's just that. He couldn't think of anything, he just waited for his end, but by fate or the script, his mother and Kana would arrive. Kana. Dad said going to hug him. Izuku. Daughter said hugging her. How good that you arrived, said happily. Kana. Yes, we went to the amusement park, there were many games and many lights with many sweets, she said quickly. Izuku. Yes, he said to see his mother. Is everything okay, Ma? He asked a little seriously. Inko. Yes son, everything went well, she said smiling and seeing the other two. Oh, if they are Mitsuri and Nobara, how much have they grown, she said approaching the two who were shocked to hear that Izuku had a daughter. Mitsuri. Yes, Miss Inko, it's good to see you, she said still in shock. But before they continue, Nier and Eri enter, since Eri wanted to see her grandmother and her father. Nier. Hello, I'm here, he said closing the door. Eri. Dad said jumping into Izuku's arms. Izuku had to leave Kana on his shoulders and hug Eri. Izuku. Hello Flea, he said while ruffling his hair with his hand. Kana. Dad, who is she said looking at Eri. Izuku. Like that, he said to get Kana off his shoulders and put her in front of Eri where they could both see each other. Kana, she is Eri your sister, and Eri, she is Kana your sister, he said seeing how they both looked. Eri. Yes, I have a sister, she said happily. Kana. Our hair looks alike, she said looking at her hair. Eri. Yes, and we have little horns, she said referring to Kana's horns. So the two girls spent their time talking as if they had known each other all their lives, while Izuku looked on amused, as he expected this. Izuku. He, and how did Nier go? He asked looking at her. Nier. Well, I taught Eri a little bit of the art of torture, she said happily, but at this Izuku was stunned. Izuku. What did you do? He said without believing it. Nier. What the? He didn't finish because Izuku interrupted him. Izuku. I know you did it, but why did you do it? Nier. It's that Eri asked me how to defend herself and I taught her that, he said simply. Izuku. Well, since he said with a sigh, well, I'm going, he said trying to leave, but Mitsuri and Nobara stopped him. Huh? What's going on? He asked looking at them. Nobara. How is it that you have two daughters? I asked, looking at the floor. Izuku. If they are my daughters, I adopted them, he said, looking at them confused as to why they were like that. Mitsuri. Huh? She asked confused looking at him. Izuku. Yes, I adopted them. I know I'm young to adopt, but that's better than leaving them with a stranger or in an orphanage, he said calmly. Nobara. Oh okay, she said stopping looking at the ground and giving a smile. Izuku. Okay, I'm going, see you later, said saying goodbye to leave. Inko. Okay, let's go girls. Let's go so they can eat cookies asterisk she said so the girls happily follow her, leaving the 4 girls. Near. And who are they? Seriously asked Mitsuri. No, who are you? Luku. Only a stupid person answers with another question she said with a bit of mockery. Nobara. Hey, don't make fun of me, I know she's not the smartest but she's a good person she said offending Mitsuri a little. Near. Okay, but what do you want with Izuku? He asked, getting to the point. Nobara. We want him for ourselves she said referring to her and Mitsuri asterisk. Luku. Too late, he is more ours he said arrogantly. Near. Eri already considers me her mother she said smiling. Nobara. Oh, do you want to fight? She said putting her hands behind her back. Luku. Whenever you want he said preparing his fists. Mitsuri. Well, there's no need to fight. Izuku wouldn't have liked this, said Tu with a sigh. Near. And if we become an ally he said so that everyone could see her I mean, we know that Izuku is incapable of choosing, he wouldn't choose someone knowing that he would hurt the other he said so that everyone could nod. Nobara. He has a point she said with a sigh Luku. I guess but I wanted to fight he said a little sad. Near. You always want to fight said with a drop of sweat. Mitsuri. Wait, what if there's more? She asked so everyone could see each other. Luku. I don't think Izuku flirts with anyone he said discarding that. Mitsuri. That's the point, he's incapable of flirting but he attracts women he said so everyone is in shock. All. Shit they said in unison with Izuku he was jumping around buildings in his robotic suit. Izuku. Wow it has many functions said seeing his heart rate, the energy that was missing from this that was at 100%, etc. Mickey. That's right, young Izuku said a voice in the suit. Izuku. Mickey? Asked confused Mickey. That's right, I'm your assistant so I'm wherever you need me to be. I can also transfer through the suit. Izuku. Oh, and could you tell me what the suit's functions are? He asked excitedly. Mickey. Yes, the suit on his back can take out miniguns that shoot pellets, it has cannons on his shoulders, it can take out a solar ray from his chest, also by having a little nanotechnology it can be rebuilt but this function works when he activates his power at 30%, those and more functions that he will discover he said impressing Izuku. Izuku. Wow that is impressive he said seeing a mini-map through his eyes I'm here he said entering an abandoned warehouse. Izuku. Hello? He asked seeing that there was no one I think I went the wrong way asterisk he said about to leave but the tickling warned him to dodge seriously, I have to see what that is he said to see what he dodged a kick that seemed to have a metal blade in its leg. Who or what are you? Asked a kind of cyborg. Izuku. Oh, you're China's number 2 hero, Demon Cyborg, he said excitedly. Genos. How do you know me? He asked a little curiously. Izuku. I'm a hero, they called me here for a mission and I decided to try this suit he said while the part of the suit on his face is delayed showing Izuku. Genos. Oh, so you're Izuku? He asked, calm down Izuku. Yes. Wait, how do you know me? He asked curiously. Genos. We asked Mr. Nezu for your help he said, going to a wall to touch it and an underground passageway would open well, let's go. The others will wait he said to go down the passageway. Izuku. Hi he said so that his mask would come back on and start going down too. The two would walk until they reached a very technological room. Upon entering, Izuku saw several heroes but recognized 3. Izuku. Hey, he said getting everyone's attention Mizuki, Asami and Noria what are you doing here? He asked a little shocked to see them. The 3. How do you know us? They asked, about to attack. Izuku. It's me Izuku he said so that his mask comes back. The 3. Izuku said to jump to hug him Genos. Do you already know each other? Asked confused. Izuku. If one is a friend and I save the other 2 he said calmly. Who is that brat said someone with a sword and a cape that had an atom in the center. Genos. He's the one who's going to help us he said calmly. As if I needed the help of a broccoli said a green-haired girl. Izuku. Are you lost, girl? He asked, to the laughter of some and the terror of others. What did you say? He said while many rocks were lifted. Izuku. What if you got lost he repeated so that a green aura would surround him He asked, but his tickling was activated and he had to put strength in his feet using a 25% OFA so that it wouldn't move. Huh? What's going on? Why don't you crash? He said, trying to crash him against the wall, but nothing. Izuku. And then he said in front of her, do you want to die? He said with a distorted voice and a thirst for blood that flooded the room that was Carnage's help. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, trembling a little. Izuku. He watch your back, he said, to go to an empty place. I like that guy, said someone with white hair and a martial-style suit. Genos. Well, they are Atomic Samurai, Tatsumaki or Tornado of Terror, and the Hunter Hero or Garo, said, pointing to each one, and you already know all three, said, so that Izuku would nod. Izuku. And they asked, pointing at other people, Genos. They are other heroes who will help us, please be present. I am Ichigo. I am the hero Demon White, said a boy with black hair and black and white clothing. I am Urza, but you can call me the Red Death, said a girl with red hair and silver armor. I guess I'm the one who wins, said Bored. I'm Denji, but you can call me Chainsaw, said someone with blonde hair and office clothes. Genos. Well, now we've all introduced ourselves, now introduce yourself, he said to Izuku. Izuku. Well, I'm Izuku Midoriya, or as my hero name Deku, he said kindly. Garo. Well, today we are calling you here to help in this mission, he said while giving folders that had information inside with a photo of Gianella *. Izuku. Mr. Garo, why do you look like me? He asked with the same doubt as some. Garo. Well, he said, hesitating a little whether to say it. She is my sister, he said, a little disappointed in who his sister had become. Denji. Oh, he said without taking it seriously. Ichigo. So you want to kill your sister? He asked, looking at him. Garo. No, of course not, he said a little angrily. The mission is to capture her, and I don't want him to die either, whispered the last thing. Izuku. Well, but she attacks to kill, said, reading the file *. She seems to have no weaknesses, said, to throw away the file *. It will be difficult but possible, said calmly. Atomic Samurai. I like the boy, said, pointing at Izuku. Izuku. #NoHomo, said, making the love and peace sign with his fingers XD*. Atomic Samurai. Not like that, idiot, said angrily. Some wanted to laugh but held back. Urza. And how are we going to locate her? Genos. Well, we have our means, we will let you know if there is information, he said calmly. You can go now, he said, and everyone got ready to leave. Izuku. What the hell, my Deku cave is better, he said, leaving in front of everyone's eyes. Shit, I don't talk like that, he thought as he climbed the stairs. Carnage. I'm into you, boy said in Izuku's mind. Izuku. How so? I asked him. Carnage. Well, we are splendidly compatible because of our attitudes, ways of being, etc., etc. They combine. That is why part of me combines in you and vice versa, he explained to Izuku, which he understood. Izuku. If my mom hears me talk like that, she'll kill me. Carnage. That's not my problem, he said to cut the mental link. Izuku. Well, I better go, he thought and sighed. Izuku would leave the warehouse but would be seen by everyone since his suit attracted attention. Izuku would continue walking but would see that a giant portal would open in the sky. Izuku. Huh? Said to see how something or someone fell. Where is the stone? Said someone with long white hair with black marks. If you don't give it to me, die, he said to extend his hand where there was a yellow eye from where a giant ray of energy came out that destroyed the surroundings. Izuku. No, he said, shocked to see this. Who are you? He asked, looking at Izuku. Fascinating, you have almost unlimited energy, he said, seeing how an aura of power came out of Izuku, but it seems you don't exploit its potential. Izuku. Who are you? He asked, ready to attack while activating 60% OFA, which was his maximum. I am Momoshiki, I can be considered a god, he said while extending his hand in front of Izuku. You are a danger, so die, he said to launch a giant energy beam. Izuku. Shit, said to make his arms in X*. The lightning would hit Izuku, creating a large amount of dust that flooded the area. Momoshiki. Now only his bones will remain, he said, seeing the smoke screen. Well, let's keep searching, he said to start floating. Izuku. And who decided it? He said as the dust dissipated, showing Izuku that he had an energy field. Mickey, tell me, what was that? Mickey. Well, young Izuku, that is an energy field. It is strong depending on how much power you use. Izuku. I understand, he said to see Momoshiki. It won't be enough to use only 60%, he said while his symbiote covered his suit. Let's do it. Momoshiki. Well, let's fight, he said while a kind of spear was created in his hand, which instead of ending in a point ended in a kind of axe. Izuku. Yes, he said while a sword formed in his hand. Izuku. Wow, nanotechnology with carnage is a good function, he thought looking at his sword. Izuku without waiting any longer appeared in front. He would give a slash from the front but Momoshiki would block it with his spear. Izuku would quickly give an impulse with the help of the clash upwards, turning around and trying to cut him in half. Momoshiki would create another spear in his other hand and block the sword. Momoshiki. You lack power, he said, so that with his other spear he tried to stab Izuku, but he quickly made a maneuver in the air so that it wouldn't touch him. Izuku would step back to think carefully about his attacks. Izuku. Shit. Well, let's try this attack, he thought to flex his legs a little and more rays begin to come out where they were only concentrated in his fists and legs. Izuku would run at a devastating speed, leaving a trail of green rays. Izuku would hit Momoshiki in the face, sending him flying a few meters. Without making him wait, Izuku would flex his arms and stick out his chest more so that a green light could be seen where a large ray came out in the direction of Momoshiki. The lightning would strike, leaving a layer of smoke. Izuku. It worked, he said, a little tired using that uses a lot of energy, but I still shouldn't trust myself, he said, still on guard. The smoke would disappear and a Momoshiki would be seen with his hand extended and smoke coming out of his hand. Momoshiki. Wow, if I hadn't absorbed it, I would have surely died, he said, smiling arrogantly. Izuku. Shit, he said as he began to pull out tentacles from his back that ended in a point. Izuku quickly stood in front of him. Being in front would make his tentacles go against Momoshiki. He dodged as he could, but it was difficult since there were too many. Some cut him, but he was able to get away enough. Momoshiki. Shit, he said, touching a wound. I have to finish this, he said while extending his two hands upwards. By doing that, a large ball of energy was formed. It grew larger and larger as the seconds passed, and the ball became so large that it literally obscured the entire city where they were. Momoshiki. Dai said to launch the attack. The attack was directed at Izuku, who didn't know what to do. Izuku. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? He said to himself. I know, although it will hurt too much, he said as his suit began to change along with his sword. Izuku. To win I must give my 100%, he said as he began to fly with his wings towards the energy ball. Reporter. Here, as you can see, this attack isn't going to kill everyone, she said while the camera pointed upwards, so the attack could be seen. Wait, what's that? She asked, watching Izuku fly against the attack. A hero? She said, watching Izuku. Izuku. Trust yourself, Izuku, he said to himself as he was close to the attack to prepare a fist. The world of SMASHHH, he shouted, hitting his fist against the attack. The attack disintegrated and the fist released an immense air pressure that impacted against Momoshiki, who was pierced by so much pressure. Momoshiki. Shit, I'll die like this, he said while falling. Hey, at least I had a great battle, he said as he hit the ground and fell dead. Everyone would see how the sky split in half. They would see how Izuku's suit returned to its normal state and how it began to fall. It would fall until it hit the ground. Reporter. Come on, let's see who the hero is who saved us, she said as she went to Izuku. Izuku would be lying on the ground with his whole body in pain. This would make his mask contract. Izuku. Shit, everything hurts, he said while spitting out a little blood. Carnage. Calm down, kid. I'm healing you, he said in his mind, but you'll have to give me a lot of chocolate. Izuku. Yeah, whatever. Reporter. Well, here you are, and apparently the hero is Deku, the one considered the next symbol of peace. He saved us, he said while the camera focused on an Izuku lying on the ground. In the Midoriya house near. Izuku said, worried, and I am his bodyguard, said disappointed in herself. Eri. Dad said, watching TV hugging Kana, who was also worried. Inko. Son said to faint and be helped by Mitsuri, Nobara and Luku. With Izuku. Reporter. Come on, let's get closer, she said, getting very close to Izuku's body on the ground. A few words, Hero Deku? She asked, putting the microphone to her mouth. Izuku. I don't know if you're stupid or what, he said to anger the reporter and some civilians, but don't you see my condition? He asked so everyone would understand why he said that. Reporter. Excuse me, she said nervously. I'll call an ambulance now, she said to call an ambulance. Nezu. No need, said with RG and AM asterisk RG. Hey brat, you never change. He said, giving Izuku a kiss on the cheek, and he got up as if nothing had happened. Izuku. I feel much better, he said to receive a blow to his head. Oh, it hurts, grandma, he said, touching his head. R.G. Be more careful, he said, shaking his head. Izuku. But if I didn't do it, thousands of people would die, he said, making RG and AM smile. Reporter. As you can see, the next symbol of peace, a hero who risks his life to save the innocent, said so the camera would turn off. Izuku. Well, where is the villain? He said, a little tired. Nezu. Now our reconnaissance team is looking for them and seeing if there are any injured, he said calmly. Izuku. It's okay. Carnage. He's dead, he said, happy to have killed someone. Izuku. Wait, what? He said, mentally nervous. Carnage. If he's dead, when you punched, the pressure was so much that you pierced him too. A small fragment of me went towards him and ate a bit of his brain, thus calming my hunger a little. Izuku. Wait, what? Said scared Carnage. What did you want your liver to be? He asked, making Izuku just sigh. Well, I think they're calling you, he said to cut the mental connection. Nezu. Young Midoriya? He asked while waving his hand in Izuku's face. Izuku. Huh? What happened? He asked looking at Nezu. Nezu. You stayed still for 10 minutes, he said calmly. Izuku. Okay, well, I have to go now, it's getting late, he said as he left, swinging with some buildings that were still standing. With the League of Villains, Tamura. Damn it, isn't he going to die or what? He said angrily while scratching himself. It's like the dirt on your nails, it always comes back, he said, scratching his neck wildly. Kurogiri. Tamura, stop doing that. If you don't want it, give it to him again, he said while giving him a little spray of water. Tamura. But, he said, still scratching Kurogiri. Ami Reddas. Time skip. Now you could see Tamura with a cone on his head like the ones dogs have to keep them from scratching. Kurogiri. This is for your own good, said, seeing Tamura in a corner like in the image. Everyone laughed without exception except Kurogiri, of course. Doflamingo. I'm not that cruel either, he said laughing. Returning with Izuku, he was entering his house, of course, without his suit, since he had first put it away. Izuku. I'm tired and stuffed, he said, patting his belly since he had eaten a lot of chocolate. I hope you're asleep, he said to enter and see everything off. How lucky, whisper while breathing a sigh of relief. Inko. What luck? She said, coming out of the darkness. Izuku. Aw, screams because he got scared. Mom, you almost scared me to death, he said, touching his heart. Inko. What's wrong with you when you do that stupid thing? She said to hit him on the head. Izuku. Ouch, he said, touching his head and then receiving a hug from his mother. Inko. You have me very worried, son, she said, crying a little. Izuku. Okay, Mom, calm down, I had to do it, he said, reciprocating the hug. Inko. So did all the girls stay with Eri and Kana, she said, still hugging him. Izuku. Okay, wait, what? He said but fell asleep. Inko. He, there's my son, she said to take him to the furniture and let him rest and leave. Izuku. Has he already left? Whisper looking everywhere. Okay, what did you want to talk to me about, Carnage? He asked his symbiote that came out of his back. Carnage. When I ate part of the brain of the one known as Momoshiki, I acquired a bit of his memories, said to shock Izuku. Izuku. And what was that? Serious? Carnage. Well, I was looking for a stone, I don't know which one, but they only said it was very powerful, but he said to pause. Izuku. But what? Carnage. More will come, like the most powerful one suddenly, I don't know, said to Izuku's impact. Izuku. Shit, he said with a sigh. All that's left is to train, he said, looking at the ceiling. Carnage. And train your new power, said to get Izuku's attention. Izuku. What are you talking about? Carnage. Look at your right hand, he said so that Izuku sees his hand and is shocked. Izuku. What is this? Carnage. Well, when I ate part of Momoshiki, a little of his power evolved in you, he said to leave Izuku blank. This is known as karma, that's all I know. Well, I'm leaving, he said to enter Izuku again. Izuku. Karma huh. Said to see his hand asterisk how my life changed now said to sigh and sleep. The next day after everything from the previous chapter we can see Izuku lying on the couch sleeping peacefully. A few seconds later a wild Eri and Kana appear and throw themselves on top of Izuku. Kana, Eri. Dad said falling on top of Izuku. Puog he spit saliva from the blow since they had just fallen on his estimate what's happening. He tried to ask as normally as possible. Kana. Don't you remember? It's my first day of school she said excitedly. Izuku. So he said, already a little less sore go take a shower, change and go to the kitchen and I will have breakfast for you. Both. Yes Dad they said to run to the bathroom Izuku. That really hurt he said sitting on the furniture touching his stomach well let's prepare breakfast he said to go prepare breakfast. In the office of the President of Japan President. How do I have to participate in this? He asked nervously. Decide that or bomb Japan. All countries accepted since we did a demonstration by bombing an island and do you know how it turned out? Japan. How? Asked fearfully. Nothing was literally reduced to nothing and not even the particles remained he said to the president's terror. Japan. And what do we have to do? He asked nervously. Easy, you just have to send a representative from the country that will fight to get a prize he said normally. President. And what is the prize? It will be easy for the winner. Wait, can't you say, only your country participates or not? President. I have no choice but to do so he said defeated. Very well, prepare your participant because we will pick him up tomorrow he said to hang up. President. Shit, now who do I choose? He said to look at some papers none of these people will be able to do anything. He said disappointedly asterisk I'd better watch some videos. He said to put on a video. President. Ha 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 how funny he said but received a notification new news let's see what happened he said to put the video. In the video you could see Izuku versus Momoshiki. President. It seems that Izuku Midoriya is the one who will be chosen he said stopping at a part where he was destroying the attack. Returning with Izuku he was leaving all the plates of food since it wasn't just for his daughters. Izuku. I'm done he said while drying his forehead a little. Kana. Is Dad ready yet? She asked in her uniform. Izuku. Yes, now sit down and eat so we can get there early, he said quietly. Eri, Kana. Yes, Dad they said to sit down and start eating. Eri. It's delicious she said savoring it while drooling a little. Kana. Yes said eating quickly Izuku. He thanks ahhhhggggg screamed as his right eye started to hurt it hurts horribly he said while covering himself with his hand asterisk. Eri. Are you okay, Dad? She said, approaching quickly. Kana. Are you okay? She asked, stopping eating Izuku. If the pain is not so much anymore he said while removing his hand asterisk a. He said why he saw differently with one eye. Eri. Dad, what's wrong with your right eye? She asked, looking at her father's eye. Izuku. Come on Kana, pass me that mirror he said pointing to a shelf where there was a mirror. Kana. Okay said to go and give her the mirror Izuku. Ah screams since his eye wasn't normal. Izuku. My eye said looking at himself while he was and opened it. Kana. Dad, your eye is very cool she said with stars. Eri. It's very pretty she said encouraging her father. Izuku. Thanks he said calmly to blink and see again as before huh? I see normally he said closing and opening his eyes. Kana. I wonder what abilities it will give you she said to continue eating. Izuku. Yes? Well let's go, they're running late he said grabbing the backpacks. Both. Yes Dad they said to leave their empty dishes in the sink and leave with Izuku. Izuku. Well. He didn't finish because he saw someone in a suit in front of him who are you? I'm Yubayashi, I'm just a messenger. The president summons his presence in 1 hour. He said, sinking into the ground. Izuku. Okay, come on, get on my back he said crouching on the ground so that Eri and Kana could get on okay. Let's go he said as he started jumping on walls until he climbed the buildings where you would start jumping over them. Izuku would then arrive at the mini Ua where you would leave Eri and Kana, and then go to the president's office. With Eri and Kana Eri. Well let's go in sister she said walking to enter the school but she would see that Kana wasn't moving something wrong. Kana. What if they hate me? Or what if they don't like me? Said sadly. Eri. Calm down, everything will be fine, she said to grab Kana's hand and pull her so the two of them can enter. Returning to the protagonist Izuku. My name is President? He said as he entered through the window. President. There, he said, touching his heart. The youth of today, he said, shaking his head. But well, young Izuku, take a seat please, he said, so Izuku could sit in a seat that was on the other side of the desk. Well, what I called you for is that you were chosen to represent Japan in a kind of tournament, he said, to leave Izuku speechless. Izuku. And why me? He asked, pointing. President. Well, according to your record you have defeated many villains. You also have great power. Apart from that you have no choice, he said normally. Izuku. Why? President. This guy who is holding the tournament has threatened all the countries, that's why everyone accepted, said to Izuku's terror. Izuku. I guess there's no other option, he said to sigh. Well, I'm leaving, he said to go out the window. President. What will the prize be? He asked on air since no one was there. XD**. With Izuku he would be swinging around the city wondering what he was going to do, other than he forgot to ask him when it would be, but he decided to go to the forest to discover his new ability. Izuku, being in the forest, the first thing he would do would be to sit in the lotus pose. Izuku. Well, Carnage, do you have any information on how you call him Karma? He asked to get out of his back. Carnage. I only know that you can activate it whenever you want, you just have to think about activating it and boom, it's done, he said to go back. Izuku would think about activating it, he would keep his eyes closed for a few seconds and then open them. Izuku. Wow, it's true, he said. Why, he saw with one eye well and with the other he could see through things. Wow, I can see living beings through things, he said, watching as a rabbit moved through the bushes. I feel something on my head, he said to touch his head and feel a lump. What is this? He said to go towards a Chaco and see that now he had a horn and marks on his blue face. Izuku. I have a horn, said, looking at himself. I wonder what I can do. If I remember correctly, Momoshiki raised his hand, said to raise his hand up, and air began to swirl, making a giant sphere of compressed air. Wow, this is something else, said impressed. Izuku followed that by bringing his hand forward with the attack to create a large explosion that destroyed a quarter of the forest. Izuku. Wow, said to stop having karma. This power is absurdly strong, said, seeing his mark. Carnage. Yes. Do you want to go eat? He said, coming out from behind Izuku's back. Izuku. Yes, let's go. Time skip. Izuku could be seen eating a whole cake, not just a slice, but a whole chocolate cake. Izuku. It's delicious, he said while eating. Meanwhile, with the League of Imbeciles. Tamura. Well, today we are gathered because, said in the middle of the entire league, an old member returns, said to point to the door where Muscular enters. Muscular. What's up, you pair of idiots, he said, smiling maniacally. Tamura. Yes, whatever, he said, something that made him angry without taking it seriously. Well, apart from the fact that Muscular is reintegrating after we got him out of prison, our objective is this, he said to point to a giant photo of Izuku that was painted with red marker. Gianella. A boy? Really? She said, looking at him. Tamura. Don't be fooled. He thwarted too many of our plans, and if you see the news, he said to put where he destroyed Momoshiki's power. Now you believe me? Gianella. Yes, Tamura. Well, we're going to be hiding for a while to train, and then out of nowhere, Pam. Let's kill him in Japan in our said, saying his plan. Rui. But what if he also trains? Tamura. Just shut up, he said angrily for not having thought of that. There are more of us, so let's train. He yelled at them to stop Kurogiri from opening portals for each of them under their feet. With Izuku, he was outside the mini Ua waiting for Kana and Eri. He would wait about 5 minutes and see the two leave with Kota. Izuku. Good afternoon, he said so the children could see him and go hug him. Eri, Kana, Kota, Daddy, Deku, nay, they said in unison. Izuku. Daughters and my pupils, said, hugging them. How did it go today? Kota. It's fine by me, he said, embarrassed. Eri. I'm super, said energetic. Kana. I really like school, she said happily. Izuku. I'm glad. Well, let's take you to your house, Kota, he said to grab the children with his tentacles and start running towards the forest of Kota's house. Izuku left Kota at his house, of course, not before having some insinuations from Pixie Bob. Izuku returned home with his two daughters. Izuku. Mom is here, he said, entering with Kana and Eri. Go change, he said, so the girls can leave. Near. Hello, Izuku said, hugging him from behind. Izuyu. Hey Nier said nervously. Nier. I think that as a good father, apart from the fact that you left us breakfast, you deserve a reward, he said while biting his ear. Izuku. Can I choose? I asked curiously. Nier. Whatever you want, I said in his ear. Izuku. Well? Time skip. You could see Mitsuri, Nobara, Nier and Luku in heroine costumes and in front of Izuku writing in his notebook. Nier. I think it was better to just rape him, she said, sighing so the others would nod. Meanwhile, in a secret lair you could see a chair pointing towards a window and you could see a white hair sticking out. This tournament idea was the best I could think of, but if my boss finds out I'll be 3 meters underground, he said, so the chair can turn around and see me. Well, let's keep seeing who will participate since some countries can't and I don't force them, I said to see my tablet. With Izuku, this one was walking happily. Why? Well, he improved his superhero grades. He was walking, but he remembered something. Izuku. I already remembered. What was that tingling, he said thoughtfully. It always happens when there is danger. Will it be like a danger sensor? He said thoughtfully. Well, I will see it later. Now there is no time, I have to prepare, he said, to go to the beach and begin to train his body hard. Meanwhile, in the UA dorms, Class 1A was thinking about what happened last time, about that type of robot, and it seemed like it knew them well. Bakugo. He's looking for something from Deku, but what? He asked thoughtfully. Shoto. Wait, I remember that when we fought with him, he seemed to know our movements. I mean, he's from the future, he said, thinking. Denki. He is someone that Izuku knows because with what Bakugo and Shoto told us, he says that Izuku created him and is the future, he said, using his brain. Everyone would stare at him. Denki. What happened? He asked, confused. Juru. And we thought you didn't have a brain, he said with grace. At this, Denki just got depressed and went to a corner being consoled by Mineta. Momo. It's the future, Momo repeated to herself, thinking how she could connect something with that. Uraraka. Poor Deku-kun, said Trete for his friend. Momo. Didn't Bakugo say anything else about that thing? Bakugo. Only when the nerd asked him who you are, he said I'm the future and paused for 2 seconds, then said Izuku and then left, he said to shock Momo. Momo. What if that's Izuku? She asked, leaving everyone thinking. Shoji. I don't think so. Midoriya is a good person, but that thing has no mercy on his enemies. Remember how he left Bakugo and Shoto. Tsuyu. It's true, Midoriya would be incapable of doing something like that. Hiro. Momo. But he knew us and referred to us with different nicknames. Mineta. If you call me a coward, said the grape with legs, really offended. Koda. But it's true, he said timidly. Mineta only got depressed because the quietest, the shyest in the class, the fearful one tells you that you are a coward. That's another level of insult XD. Returning with Izuku, he was sitting in the sand after a training session. Izuku. I'm tired, said, looking at the sky. Carnage. Boy, I forgot to tell you, said, coming out of Izuku's back. Izuku. What happened? Carnage. When you put me together with your robotic suit, I absorbed some of the nanotechnology. Now I can create weapons that are not parts of me and recreate the suit from our fusion. Izuku. Wow, that really helps. Well, let's go home, it's getting late and I'm tired, he said to stand up and start walking. Meanwhile, in I Island you could see a wall with many photos of Izuku in a dark room. Finally, Izuku, you will be mine, said someone coming out of the shadows, revealing Melissa, and we can be together, said half Yandere. David. Melissa, we're coming, screams in what looked like the courtyard below. Melissa. I'm coming, Dad, she answered happily as she skipped out of the room. Well, after what happened the previous day, chapter, Izuku was sitting watching television since he wanted a moment of rest. Izuku. How good to have peace, said, drinking his good pineapple coke. Carnage. Brat, don't summon evil, he said, alarmed since he knew that bad things would happen if you said that. Izuku. I think you're exaggerating, he said, for someone to knock on the door. Who will it be? He said to go and answer the door. Yes. He said, seeing someone in a suit and black glasses. Izuku. Midoriya, we came to pick you up for the tournament, he said seriously. Izuku. Now? He asked nervously. Yes, he said, to knock him out and take him to a helicopter that was in the middle of the runway. Well, let's go to the island, he said, so that the helicopter would begin to ascend and disappear into the skies. Meanwhile, you could see Tamura doing a mini theater with Hands with faces XD. Tamura. Yes sir, we have to take care of our son, said, moving a hand that had a woman's mini wig and makeup. Yes ma'am. Hands, said one that had a man's mini wig and a mustache. Toga. Hey boss, said, entering and seeing what he was doing. Tamura. You didn't see anything, he said, approaching. Toga. I didn't see anything boss, she said, to leave and then laugh like crazy. Tamura. Shit, he said, to lock his door and continue playing. With Izuku, this was located on the deck of a giant yacht. Izuku. Ah, my head, said, already waking up. Where am I? Said, looking everywhere in the city. Said, to get closer to the edges and see that it was only water. Why me, said, to lie on the ground and see the blue sky. President. Hey Izuku, you finally arrived, he said, entering through a door. Izuku. President, what are you doing here? He said, now fixing his gaze on him. President. The tournament is going to be held here, he said, as if nothing had happened. Izuku. Oh, said, to look at the sky again. President. Come, stand up, I'm going to show you the facilities, he said, so Izuku would stand up. Okay. Follow me, he said, to enter again through the door followed by Izuku. So the president gave him a tour of everything, including the bedrooms, bathrooms, dining room, training area, entertainment area, and finally the combat arena. Izuku. Wow, they didn't spare any expense, he said, impressed. President. That's right. Horn. Please everyone report to the common room. President. You heard, he said, so he and Izuku go to the common room. Upon entering they could see different people and presidents from different countries. Screen. Well, everyone is here, it seems, said a black silhouette on a screen. President of the USA. Who are you? Screen. I'm the one who organized this, but that doesn't matter. Here there are some countries and special guests like the Cure Clan and the Katahara, but well, it is recommended that the participants prepare for the fights since they will start in an hour, he said, so the screen turns off. Garo. Boy, said this one, approaching Izuku. Izuku. Oh sir, Garo, it's you, said, looking at him. Garo. Well, who else? Izuku. How's the mission going? He asked from the side of him as he watched everything. Garo. Well, we have some clues but we don't know anything, he said, looking at girls. Hey, what do you think of them? I asked Izuku, looking at some girls with blonde and white hair. Izuku. Huh? Well, I don't know, he said, blushing. Garo. Huh, that's why you'll die a virgin, he said, laughing a little. Quick a look and learn the Garo trick, he said, approaching the girls. Hello, how are you? Oh. Hello. Who are you? Garo. I'm Garo, nice to meet you, he said, introducing himself. Oh, nice to meet you, I'm Katahara Sayaka, said the white-haired one. And I'm Akiyama, said the blonde-haired girl. Garo. What nice names, could you show me the place? He said, trying to get closer. Sayaka. Claw. I didn't finish because someone interrupted her. Hello, I'm Dio Brando, you are very pretty, said a blonde-haired man in a golden suit. Garo. Go on, get lost, he said in front of him. Dio. What's up, little one? He said, seeing that Garo was a little shorter. Garo. You screwed up, master, he said to rush at Dio. The two of them would be rolling all over the place in a ball of dust. Izuku. Excuse my friend, he said in front of the girls. Akiyama. Who gave it? She asked curiously. Izuku. No, Garo, the white-haired one said, a little embarrassed. Sayaka. Don't worry, she said, smiling. Izuku. I'm going to stop them, he said, a little blushed. Izuku headed to the dust ball where Dio and Garo were and grabbed the back of the collar of both of their jackets in Dio's case and the polo in Garo's case. Izuku. Stop, he said, moving them away. Garo. He started it, said with his arms crossed. Dio. You who the fuck er? No terms, since Izuku buried his head in the ground. Izuku. Language, he said calmly. Garo. Well, he said to stand up and release himself from Izuku's grip. Where were we? He said, approaching the girls. Akiyama. Izuku, wouldn't you like to join us for lunch? He said, approaching Izuku and pushing Garo aside. Sayaka. If you don't want to. Izuku. I don't know, he said nervously. Sayaka. Don't be shy, come on, let's go, she said, hugging him by one arm and Akiyama by the other. So the three of them would go to the dining room in front of many people. Garo. Shit, said sadly Dio. Damn, the kilo I carry, he said, sticking his head out of the ground. Garo. Yes, said sitting on the floor next to Dio. God. Shall we get a beer? Garo. Yes, and so the two went to a mini bar that was in the common room. Metsudo. If that brat does anything to my dear daughter, he's dead, said an old man with white hair. Calm down, old man, it's not that bad. Metsudo. And what happened to your grandfather Rayan? He asked, looking at him. Rayan. Grandpa had better things to do, so he didn't come. Metsudo. And you were the only one who came. Rayan. Some of the clan didn't come. Jojo, who would have thought it if it's my old friend Metsudo, said an old bearded man. Metsudo. But it's Zeus who would say it, said Winds to an old bearded man. Zeus. If this is interesting, I hope it's fun, he said as his yellow eyes began to shine. Metsudo. The one I'm interested in is the representative from England. It said he can stop time, he said, a little interested. Zeus. Jojo, that is fun, he said, stroking his beard. With Izuku, he was eating a sandwich, a little blushing as Sayaka and Akiyama kept staring at him. Izuku. It's delicious, he said, a little nervous in the mini bar. Dio and Garo were hugging each other like friends, meaning their arm around each other's necks with a beer in one hand while they sang Mi Burrito Sabanero. Horn. Please, fighters, be in the arena to announce the fights. Dio. How ugly when it got fun, he said dejectedly. Garo. Come on, I want to see who he fought with, he said, so the two of them go to the arena. So all the fighters headed towards the arena. Screen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today a tournament is going to take place around the world, he said, since this was televised in every part of the world here, 8 countries, and you would say why not more? Well, why else would this be long? At that everyone's sweat dropped. Well, here representing Russia, Dante, he said, pointing to a white-haired boy. Dante. TCH, said seriously. Screen. Representing England, Dio. Dio. Ha 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 ha, I hope I have fun, he said, doing his poses. XD asterisk. Screen. Representing China, Garo. Garo. Yes, he said while raising a fist. Screen. Representing Greek, Zeus. Zeus. Jojo said while rubbing his beard. Screen. Representing the United States, Kaneki. Kaneki just stayed silent. Screen. Representing Japan, the following peace symbol, Izuku. Izuku. How embarrassing, he said, covering his face. Garo. Calm down, boy, said, patting him on the back. In the Midoriya house, Eri. Mom and Dad are on TV, said, so that the girls who live in Izuku's house for the moment go to the TV asterisk. Near. What's Izuku doing there, Kana? They're going to have a tournament and Dad is representing Japan, she said excitedly. At this the girls were in shock, but a noise made them react. The girls looked back where the meeting came from and saw a fainted Inko. In the Bakugo. Why is the damn Deku going to represent US and not me? Shiny, screamed the crazy bitch. Shoto. Why is he humble? Sato. He's stronger. Kirishima. He's more manly. Shoji. He keeps screaming. Koda. He's kind. Zero. Is stronger. Mineta. I have nothing to say, he said without anything coming to mind. Bakugo went depressed to a corner since not even his friend Kirishima supported him and only whispered about Deku's stealing friends and things like that. Back to the arena screen. Representing Indian, Shiva. Shiva. This is going to be easier, especially with the old man here, he said while warming up his arms. Screen. And as a special guest, Rayan Cure. Rayan. I'm going to kill you all, he said, smiling sadly. Screen. Okay. Come in and get some numbers in our futuristic system. He said that a platform would appear with 8 envelopes. Asterisk, there wasn't a budget for more, so who goes first? He said so that no one would move. Asterisk, really? Garo. I want, he said while raising Izuku's hand and trying to imitate his voice. Asterisk. Screen. That's the Izuku spirit. Izuku. But me, it doesn't matter anymore, he said to go up and grab an envelope. Screen. Well, show it, he said for Izuku to open it. Izuku. Why me? He said to show that he was the first. Screen. Okay, let the next one come, he said so the different participants could come. Kaneki. 5 Garo, 3 Rai, 6 Part, 7 Dante, 4 Zeus, 2 Shiva, 8 Shiva. What garbage at last, he said disappointed. Zeus. Jojo, I'm going to fight that young man over there, he said looking at Izuku. Izuku. No, because I don't want to hit an old man. Zeus. I'm not an old man, shouted at Izuku Garo. How lucky you are, it's the easiest, said next to Izuku. Screen. Okay. Participants prepare for the first battle, he said for the screen to turn off. So everyone left. Those who were going to fight changed. In Izuku's case he wore sports shorts and bandages on his hands and feet. Zeus only left on his toga. Horn. Participants please proceed to the arena. Izuku. I'm nervous, he said to leave his dressing room since each participant had their own. In the sand. Sayaka. Good afternoon people of the world. I'm Katahara Sayaka and I'm going to be the presenter of this event. So without further ado, the #1 hero of Greece, who had polygamy legalized and lost it for being a dirty old man that made some people laugh, and in the distance you could hear I'm not a dirty old man passing by. Zeus, he said, so Zeus can come in. Zeus. A pleasure and a greeting to my fans, he said while giving his fist a kiss. Sayaka. Well, now the next symbol of peace will pass, the strongest hero of Japan, the one who overcomes all adversity, on the way to Izuku, she said, so that an Izuku with his hands covering his face. Girl in the audience. Make me a son scream. Girl in audience too. Me too. Zeus. And they call me a dirty old man. Izuku. Why me blushing? In the Midoriya house. Eri. Mom, what does it mean to have a child with me? She asked her Nier innocently, who, upon hearing this, broke a pillow effortlessly. Nier. Nothing, daughter said with a nervous tick in his eye. The others were not calm either, and upon seeing all this, she only gave a hint of laughter. In the sand. Sayaka. Okay, fighters, ready? Zeus. Wait, Hermes. I shout for a boy with black hair and a strange mark on his face to enter the arena. Zeus. You know, said so that Hermes creates a violin and many violins behind it. Zeus. Now yes, he said to stand in front of Izuku and look down since he was now tall. Izuku. Yes, he said now seriously looking into Zeus's eyes. Continuing from the previous chapter, you could see Izuku and Zeus looking at each other. In the stands. Garo. The old man puffed up, he said with a bit of grace. Hermes. Don't be too confident, he said behind him. Garo. What the hell? He said a little scared since he appeared out of nowhere. Dio. Wait, what do you mean you're not confident? He asked confused. Hermes. My father has a peculiar quirk called God's lightning that allows him different abilities such as increasing his strength, he said pointing at his father. In the sand. Sayaka. Okay, ready? She asked, so they both nodded. The elimination tournament is starting, she said so Izuku could pirouette away. Zeus. Jojo said to raise his palm and form a lightning bolt. Let's see if you can resist this, said to throw it. Izuku just activated the OFA to the maximum he could use and would receive the lightning. Izuku. Wow, it counts energy, he said, and then threw a fist where a current of wind and a giant ball of lightning came out. Zeus. Oh no, he said to receive the attack fully, creating a cloud of smoke. Cof, that really hurt, he said while the smoke spread and he looked singed. This is really interesting. Divine axe, he said to run quickly against Izuku and kick his axe against his knees. Izuku would jump to kick Zeus in the face, literally causing his head to fall back, and Zeus's body to fall. Izuku. No, what a fact, he said falling to his knees. In the stands. Hermes. Impossible, said surprised Garo. That brat really went too far, he said seeing how Izuku was. Rayan. Yes, that's how it's done, brat, he said supporting Izuku. In the sand. Sayaka. By death Izuku Mido. I didn't finish because a finger was placed in her mouth. Zeus. Not yet, he said standing up and adjusting his head. Wow, that really hurt. Sayaka. It seems that Zeus recovered from that kick from my Izuku. I mean Izuku, she said a little blushed. Zeus. Okay kid, now the serious stuff comes, he said getting closer quickly. Meteoric burst, he said hitting thousands of punches in thousandths of a second. Izuku. Shit, he said to respond by hitting but not at the same speed. Izuku would receive some blows that would hurt him and now he had more strength. Izuku. Shit, I have to use more, he said so the symbiote suit would appear. Sayaka. Wait, you can't use that. Izuku. What?
But it's part of me, he said, trying to talk to her. Sayaka. Sorry, rules are rules. Izuku. Well said to take off his suit. Well, at least I have this said to use karma now, yes, said while his rays changed to blue.
Zeus. This is fun, he said while hitting thousands of times in a second. Izuku. Now I can see them, he said, dodging the attacks and punching Zeus in the face, making him step back. Zeus, wasting no time, would try to give Izuku a divine axe to his torso, but he would stop the kick as if nothing, something that surprised him. Izuku would respond to the kick with a blow to his torso that made him retreat further. Zeus. Jojo, well, now my strongest attack, the fist that surpassed time, he said, so that out of nowhere Izuku moved while behind him Zeus appeared. What, he said, surprised since he could see how he had dodged it. Impossible, no one can surpass time.
Izuku. What happened? My body just moved, he said, surprised. I shouldn't waste time. If I let him do that attack again, I don't know what can happen. He thought to go against Zeus, giving him thousands of hits in seconds, thus moving him away a few meters.
Zeus. I didn't want to use this, but you forced me to do it, he said, to start grabbing his shoulders tightly, and in that part his muscles would compress. He would do this with every part of his body. Zeus. My final form, he said, spreading his arms to the sides. Izuku instinctively put himself on guard and deactivated his karma. In the stands, Hermes. It's his end, he said, so everyone would look at him. His strength in that form is enormous. A blow is like the impact of a meteor that could destroy the earth, he said, surprising some and terrifying others. In the sand, Zeus. Well, he said, so that Izuku instinctively moved his head to the side, and out of nowhere Zeus appeared with his fist extended where Izuku's head had been, but suddenly Izuku's cheek had a cut where a little blood came out. Izuku. Shit is much stronger and faster, he thought, to get away with a jump from Zeus. If you use all your power I will do the same, he said, so that his green rays have a more celestial color, they intensify. His eyes have another shape and his hair stands up a little. The two would simply launch themselves against each other, exchanging blows without rest. Both would receive the other's blow but would not retreat. Izuku managed to dodge a blow and hit Zeus in the face in doing so. Zeus. Meteoric burst, said to strike millions of blows in a thousandth of a second. Izuku would only reciprocate by delivering millions of blows at a faster speed than Zeus delivering bursts, and his speed was so great that it created afterimages and large air currents that sent people in the audience flying. Zeus. Puog spit blood since Izuku's blows hit him. Izuku would just run in circles, quickly making a circle that could be seen. He would run, and having a lot of speed he would give a flying kick that looked like 5 in Zeus's face. Before this, Zeus just crashed into the wall of the arena and creating a cloud of dust that covered that entire area. Izuku just deactivated the OFA and fell to the ground with his arms purple, implying that they were broken.
Sayaka. What a great fight from Izuku, showing the world what kind of power he has, she said while the camera focused on a tired Izuku. Is Zeus still standing? She said, watching as the layer of smoke faded, showing a Zeus on the ground with a footmark all over his face.
Sayaka. Apparently the winner is Izuku. Midoriya said, cheers and applause so he could publish it. Izuku. Yes, he said weakly to fall to the ground. I'm fine, my whole body just hurts, he said, so the doctors can take him. Screen. Well, we'll take a break for the next fight, so go get what you need. In the Midoriya house, the girls could be seen worried about Izuku, while Eri and Kana gave comfort to Inko, who had fainted upon seeing her son like that. In the Oizawa. That brat said while watching TV. Endeavor. How is that brat more powerful than me? He said angrily. You might be wondering what Endeavor is doing, as the entire UA along with some heroes were in the auditorium to see everything that was happening. Toshinori. That's it, young Midoriya said, proud of his student. In the stands, Garo. Now that's a fight, he said, satisfied to see that. Rayan. I'm looking forward to fighting the brat, he said excitedly. With Izuku he would be on a stretcher with both arms in a cast. Izuku. I wonder how my daughters are, wondered out loud. Akiyama. Hello, Izuku said, passing by. What were you saying that I heard you say something? Izuku. Nothing, I wanted to know how my daughters were. Akiyama. Wait, are you a father? He asked a little sadly, since during the time he knew him he had liked him in more than one way. Izuku. Yes, I adopted them and that was one of my best decisions, he said with a nostalgic smile. Akiyama. O said happily since he had the opportunity. Izuku. Miss Akiyama, why did you come here? He asked curiously. Akiyama. Oh, I wanted to visit you, she said a little nervous. Izuku. Okay, he said smiling. Before they continued, someone opened the door. Garo. Brat, what a good fight you had, he said passing to the room and old man to these two, should I interrupt? Izuku. No sir Garo, he said to take out a Garo vein. Garo. Don't tell me, Sir Brat, I'm not old, he said angrily. Akiyama. Well, I'm leaving, he said to leave Garo. What good company, Brat, he said, hitting Izuku's cast. Izuku. You know it's broken and it hurts a lot, right? Garo. Why don't you scream in pain? Izuku. I broke my arms so much that I got used to the pain, he said as if nothing, so that Garo would open his eyes in shock. Meanwhile in the league, these villains incredulously saw him as a hero who could stand up to him and even beat AM in his golden age. Tamura. Shit, he said while scratching like crazy.
Gianella. Kurogiri, she said, so that the aforementioned comes and sees Gianella pointing at Tamura, who was scratching himself.
Kurogiri. There is no learning, young master. Now the scene changes to a Tamura in his corner with the cone on his head. Tamura. Why me? I only scratched it because it itches, he said sadly while the other members of the league laughed. Suddenly a screen lit up showing AFO's face with the respirator that helps him live.
AFO. Well, it seems there are new faces, said looking at Rui, Doflamingo and Gianella *. So Kurogiri, I still haven't forgotten what you did to me, said making him nervous. Well, let me introduce myself to the new ones. I am AFO, Supreme Chief of the League, said, so that some of you get a drop because of your attitude. Well, I came to say, don't mess with the hero, Deku said to everyone's intrigue.
Tamura. Why master? AFO. Don't you see how dangerous it is? He asked as if it were the most obvious thing. It's not yet time to attack while they go in this direction, and go for my second pupil, he said so the screen would turn off. Tamura. You heard the gang of idiots, he said, earning the angry look of everyone, and Arui and Doflamingo stopping Gianella, who wanted to kill him. The boss said something and it has to be done, he said, like the boss, more like Lita but on a smaller scale. Returning to the yacht where all this was happening, Izuku was still seen on his stretcher while with the help of his tentacles he saw everything that was happening in Japan and also spoke with his mother, who was very worried. Izuku. Hee, how lucky I was to have my mom, he said looking at the ceiling, but someone would come in. Zeus. Hello, he said entering with many bandages all over his face along with bruises. How are you, boy, he said sitting in a seat. Izuku. Lord Zeus, I'm sorry for the damage, he said a little embarrassed. Zeus. Calm down, that's part of the battle, he said rubbing his beard. Izuku. And who are they? He asked, seeing Hermes and someone big and muscular.
Zeus. Jojo, these are my sons, Hermes and Hers said looking at his son. Hermes. A pleasure, he said politely while bowing. Hers. Nice to meet the one who defeated my father, he said bowing so low that his head cracked the ground.
Izuku. It's not that bad, he said a little nervous. Zeus. I think you don't know it, but I'm second in the world ranking, he said calmly so that Izuku's eyes were wide open for that information. Izuku. Really? He asked nervously. Zeus. Yes, he said stroking his beard. Izuku. My life is over, he said lying down on his stretcher. Garo. Boy, did you know that you defeated the number 2 in the world top, he said entering desperately, but he would see Zeus. Oh hello Zeus, he said as if nothing. Zeus. Hello boy. Izuku. And Garo. Yes, I lose, he said with comical tears. Zeus. Calm down, kid. The government only knows this because they rate it, but they don't bring it to light. He said it to cheer Izuku up. Izuku. Yes, said happily Garo. Yes, about that I said, showing him a tablet. The world ranking was posted, he said, showing where it said the 10 best heroes. Zeus. I didn't see that coming, he said, seeing that it was true. Izuku.x just failed to restart. It was heard so that Izuku falls into the beautiful world of unconsciousness. Zeus. Terrible, said looking at Izuku Garo. What are you complaining about? You're going to be surrounded by girls. Zeus. It's also true, he said, drooling a little like Garo. Meanwhile Endeavor. It seems that the brat beat the second in the world ranking, he said without believing it.
Shoto. Wow dude, how does it feel to have someone younger beat you like it was nothing, he said so the Todoroki family could laugh and Endeavor would get more upset.
Denki, wait, if he beat him, does that mean he's the new top 2? Asked the rat to silence.
Nezu. That should be seen by the governments, he said calmly while eating melted cheese. Asterisk. Returning to the yacht, Metsudo. Interesting, this information is worth millions, said while looking at the top. Ryan. Yes, now I'm more excited to fight, he said like a literal rabid dog, foam coming out of his mouth. Meanwhile in the medical room where Izuku was. He was waking up and now saw that there was no one there. Izuku. I just wanted to be a normal hero, no, he said crying about how his life is now. Before he can continue complaining, Carnage comes out of his back and slaps him with a tentacle. Izuku. Ouch, why was that? He said, touching his cheek. Carnage. Are you a man? He asked so she could sit down. Well, behave like one, don't complain and just accept what you already are. He said so Izuku would be motivated. Izuku. You're right, Carnage. And take advantage of the bug with the females said to enter Izuku again. Izuku. Yeah, wait what? He said blushing but Carnage wouldn't answer him. Before I could say anything again, a girl came in.
Hello, I'm Mika and I'm your doctor, she said entering. Izuku. Hello, he said with a darkened look from still being in his thoughts. Mika. Hello, how are you feeling? She said, approaching. Izuku. Well, it only bothers me my arms. Mika. Okay, well I'm going to cure you, she said to grab Izuku's face and give him a French kiss XD*. After about 2 minutes the two would separate, very blushing. Izuku. Why am I doing this? He asked while covering his face with a pillow. Mika. To heal you, said so Izuku could take off his casts and see his normal arms. Izuku. Thank you, and was the kiss necessary? Mika. No, but I liked it, she said, leaving very blushed. Izuku. I don't know why but I liked it, he said to stand up and change very blushed. Izuku. Well, let's see what time the next battle starts, he said to leave the medical room and meet Dio. Oh Sir Dio, he said getting Dio's attention. Dio. Oh little one, how are you? He said next to him. Izuku. I guess so, he said with a sigh. Dio. If a great fight by chance, he said seeing it out of the corner of his eye. Izuku. It's not that bad, he said nervously. Dio. How? I didn't finish because I dodged a kick. Izuku. Who is it? Dio. He's one of those damn assassins, he said to jump and try to punch but the hooded man would only jump towards dodging the blow so he didn't finish since he received a kick in the face. The hooded man would launch himself at Izuku, he would activate 10% OFA, the hooded man would punch and kick, Izuku would just dodge and stop. Izuku. Who is this guy? Thought in guard pose. Izuku would throw a punch but the hooded man would dodge it, he would wrap his legs around Izuku's waist and pull the shirt he had back trying to put a key on Izuku. Izuku. Your legs aren't that strong, he said to throw a punch but he would stop it centimeters away creating a small gust of air. If I didn't realize I would hit you, he said as the hooded man's hood fell off revealing a girl. Dio. A girl, he said grabbing his nose in pain. Izuku. Lucky I know how to recognize a girl's scent since I live with many, he said a little blushing. Tell me what you want, he said so the girl puts a leg on Izuku's shoulder bringing his face closer to hers. I want you to give me a child now, she said with a red tint on her cheeks. Izuku. He said blinking his eyes believing he had heard wrong. The moment I saw you I knew you were very strong. My name is Carla, your lover and future wife, she said leaving Izuku stunned and Dio in shock. Izuku. He said since he didn't know what to do. Dio. Is he proposing to her? He said, still in shock watching the scene. Carla. Grandpa says we should have the strongest offspring, have a baby yaa, screams the last. Narrator. Dio and Izuku were confused but the most confused was Izuku heard so Dio could look everywhere. Dio. What was that voice? He said, coming out of shock and looking everywhere. Izuku. Wife. A baby. Who is this girl? He said, stunned, his stone face. Izuku would remain stunned for a few seconds before grabbing Carla by the shoulders and leaving her standing on the ground. Izuku.
Ah screamed as he ran away from there before Carla's gaze and leaving Adio who was searching everywhere for the mysterious voice. Izuku would run until he reached his room where he would calm down. Izuku. First there's that crazy S-death and now there's why is my life like this? He said lying on the floor of his door. Horn. Please, everyone to the arena, the second fight is about to begin heard throughout the yacht. Izuku. Okay, let's go he said calmer to go to the stands and sit next to Dio and Garo. Dio. What's up Braden with your little girlfriend he said hitting him with his elbow. Garo. What are you talking about? He asked, watching the interaction, so Dio could tell him everything and start laughing well, I have to go, this is my fight. He said, quickly leaving for the locker room. Asterisk. Inside the combat arena, Sayaka. Well here is the second battle set in the center of the arena between two great heroes of their respective countries said exciting the audience first representing Russia the bloodiest hero who has no mercy against his enemy some call him the White Devil but today representing his country Dante said so that Dante enters a little annoyed by the entire audience. Dante. What a pain he said to go to her side. Sayaka. And the other fighter today representing China, they call him the human monster. A prodigy among others, here is Garo she said so that a Garo who raised and lowered his fist could enter.
Garo. This is going to be fun he said to go to his side. Sayaka. Fighters ready, she said, stepping back a little from the center so as not to be in the crossfire. Garo would give a thumbs up while in his attack stance and Dante would just nod his head with his hands in his pockets. Sayaka. Fight, she said very loudly while lowering her arm, implying that they could fight now. The fight would begin. Dante in a quick movement would take a gun out of his pocket and shoot Garo. He quickly used his fighting style and deflected the bullet. Sayaka. Hey, guns aren't allowed, complains to Dante. Dante. It's my quirk so don't bother me he said without looking at her just to shoot more bullets. Garo would only deflect them with some difficulty since they were faster than a common bullet and more resistant. Garo. What are those things made of? He said while smoke came out of his fingers. Dante ran out of bullets so the gun disappeared in black smoke. Dante. TCH the old way he said so that in his hand he created a sword that had a skull on the handle. He would launch himself at Garo, slashing him, but Garo dodged it with some ease, causing Dante to gradually despair. Dante would swing his sword like crazy. Garo took advantage of this and easily took the sword away from him and threw it so that Dante couldn't reach him. Dante. Shit he said to get on guard a little clumsily but from his fists came out a type of black and red energy. He would launch himself into punches that would be dodged by Garo, who without delay gave an upward kick to Dante's chin that raised him a little but enough for Garo to get under him to give him a flurry of attacks that were directed at his stomach. After a while, stop and before he falls, kick him in the face, sending him rolling on the ground. Sayaka. Apparently Dante fell she said to approach and turn Dante who was face down on the ground he can no longer continue the winner is the representative of China Garo she said so that you can see a Dante with white eyes and a little drool coming out of his mouth. The crowd cheered for Garo's victory, but there were more Chinese players who showed which country was better. Sayaka. Well, we'll take a break for the third fight she said to leave. So the whole audience would go to rest and eat whatever. Izuku and Dio would go to the locker room to congratulate Garo. Izuku. Hello he said entering the locker room with Dio seeing a Garo who had a photo of someone very similar to him. Dio. Are you single? He asked so Izuku could signal him to hang up, but he wouldn't understand. Garo. She's my sister. Shouted at Dio as his head grew bigger with many veins. Dio. And she's single? Said with a chibi face Garo would just give him a punch that made him go through the wall. Izuku. Well, let's eat something to celebrate your victory he said to leave with Garo who was dragging Dio who was semi-conscious. Meanwhile in the League of Villains lair, they were watching the Garo vs Dante fight, but Gianella, seeing how her brother won, threw a glass that happened to fall on Tamura's face as he was about to drink his beer. Returning to the yacht the three new friends could be seen eating quietly until Garo starts talking. Garo. And how is it that someone asked you to make the fantastic fruit and you rejected it he said as if Izuku was the stupidest. Izuku. I'm not the type of person who does that he said blushing. Dio. Not you, But we do, he said with Garo Izuku. They look alike, only one is blonde, he said while drinking a pineapple coke. Dio. And what do you drink? He asked intrigued Izuku. Do you want pineapple coke? He said offering his drink. Dio. No thanks, he said with a nervous smile. Izuku. Okay, he said to continue drinking. Garo. Do you tell him or do I tell him? Whispered to Dio as they watched Izuku enjoy his coke. Part. Let him enjoy it, it will hurt us more than it hurt him to tell him, answered Garo to nod. So the three of them would finish eating and drinking their beverages and then give the signal for the third fight. In the sand you could see the entire audience excited and the trio arriving as they looked at the arena. Dio. And who do you think will win? He said, leaning on a railing. Garo. I think Kaneki, said a little analytically. Izuku. I think the blonde sadist, said referring to Rain asterisk. Dio. I think so too, Izuku, he said supporting Izuku. Garo. Well, they want to bet, he said while taking out money. Izuku. Dio. Yes, why not, it's okay, they said in unison. Garo. Well, I bet $2,000, he said putting them on a table that was there since they were in an exclusive public box for fighters. Dio. I bet that, he said putting on panties. Garo. And that? Dio. One of the waitresses, he said while doing a JoJo's pose. Izuku. No, that's disgusting, wherever they were, he said, throwing them in the trash. Dio. My panties, said trying to stop them but wouldn't reach. Damn, said sadly taking $2,000 out of his pocket. I bet the same as Garo, but I'm going for Rain, said leaving them next to Garo's. Izuku. Well, I don't have to bet, he said while looking at his pockets and dust and a moth came out. Dio. How ugly, he said with a little sadness. Garo. Well, we'll give you a challenge, he said, looking at Dio, and then they joined together and whispered to each other. Dio. Well, you already know what he's going to do, but do you accept? He asked, so Izuku nodded doubtfully. Well, it doesn't matter who wins since the challenge will be done to you, all that remains is for it to end in a tie, so keep praying, he said smiling next to Garo, giving Izuku a shiver. Inside the arena, Sayaka would be entering the combat arena, attracting attention so that she could start speaking. Sayaka. Here is the third battle of the word tournament, strange name but tell the creator of the tournament. But well, here representing the United States, one of the heroes who has no compaction with his opponents, here is the hero Kaneki, said so that Kaneki with his usual clothes will enter to stand on his side. Sayaka. And on the other side the prodigy of the Cure clan, someone who does not have a single shred of mercy against his opponent, the sadist and pride of his clan, Rain Cure, said so that he would enter in a pair of sports shorts while smiling twistedly. He stood on his side of the sand. Sayaka. Okay, fighters ready? She said looking at both sides so they nod asterisk fight. After doing that, Kaneki took out 3 blood-red tentacles from his back that were called Kagoons, and launched themselves at Rain, who smiled grimly at this. Rain would only see what was approaching, so with great speed he would quickly throw a fist forward. Kaneki was going to collide, but with one of his Kagoons he blocked it and then turned around trying to hit Rain in the face with his other 2 Kagoons. He would only take a few steps back. Rain. That's all? He said arrogantly. Kaneki would get upset and start running against Rain. As he got closer he would jump to kick Rain in the face. Rain would just grab it in the air. Kaneki would spin around twisting his foot in an unusual way to hit Rain in the face with his 3 Kagoons, which he couldn't foresee. Kaneki, as he gave the attack, would follow and would get out of Rain's grip and would move away in a pirouette in the air while his foot returned to its normal position. Rain. It's been a while since I've been made to bleed, he said while licking a little blood that ran down his lip. So Rain would launch himself against Kaneki, grabbing him by the waist and slamming him against the ground to get on his side and start punching him in the face. A few minutes would pass in which Rain would be hitting Kaneki in the face. His fists and face were covered in blood as well as the area around them. The public would be afraid. Sayaka. Well, the fighter Kaneki can't continue, so Rain Cure is the winner, she said with a little nerves and fear. Well, we take a break to continue with the last fight of this day, she said to leave. The paramedics would come in and take Kaneki away, who was slowly healing because he lost a lot of blood and his heart was beating slowly, apart from the fact that his face literally had a crater before where his nose, mouth and eyes were. In the stands where the 3 were, Izuku. Wow, said impressed. Dio. Yes, wow, he said, taking all the money while leaving Garo all depressed for losing weight. Something is missing, he said, looking at Izuku. Garo. Like that, he said, so that his attitude turned 180 degrees, and now he sees Izuku with a foxy smile. Izuku. So the challenge, said nervously Dio. We challenge you to, he said, for Garo to continue. Garo. To accept Carla's deal, he said, looking at him so that Izuku would be shocked. Izuku. Are you kidding, right? He asked, a little scared. Dio. No, he said, so that Izuku wants to run away. Oh no, you won't. It's time the world stop time, he said, so that a humanoid comes out of his back and everything is in black and white. He would grab Izuku by the back of his shirt so that he doesn't escape. Time continues, he said, so that everything goes back to normal, and Garo and Izuku wonder what happened. Garo. What happened? He asked, a little curious since the Dio weren't like that. Dio. That doesn't matter, just that Izuku fulfills his challenge, he said, behind Izuku holding the back collar of his shirt, while Garo stood next to him to also be behind Izuku. Izuku. Can we talk about this? He asked so the two could say no. So they searched while dragging Izuku, who didn't want to. They searched but nothing. Dio and Garo were going to give up for Izuku's happiness, but at the last minute they heard someone's voice calling Izuku for Dio's happiness, since he knew Izuku's voice and terror. Carla. Izuku said, taking Dio away and hugging him like a koala. I knew you would look for me. Dio. We brought it to you since he wants to make babies, he said, to leave quickly with a Garo who laughed loudly. Izuku. We can talk about this, Carla, he said nervously. Carla. No, she said, to take it to a bedroom that was over there. So Carla would leave him sitting on the bed while she went to the bathroom. Izuku. Calm down, Izuku. Is he just going to rape you or is it consensual? He said while covering his face. Carla. Hey, Izuku said, coming out in a maid outfit. Izuku would suddenly mentally click and stand up to pick Carla up and take her to bed. Carla. Hey, what are you doing? She asked a little nervously. Izuku said nothing and began to kiss her like that until reaching the fantastic fruit, where Izuku did not give Carla any respite, who begged but then gave in. They would do it and they would not care about the fight that took place between Shiva and Dio, which Dio won due to his ability to stop time. Izuku and Carla would stop to fall asleep. Time skip. Izuku. What happened? He wondered as he opened his eyes to see a naked Carla lying next to him. Why did I do that? He said, covering his face with his hands, remembering everything that happened. Carla. I liked it, she said, hugging him by the torso. Izuku. Why me? He cursed himself while Carnage laughed out loud in his mind. Meanwhile, Nier and Eri could be seen quietly playing with dolls, but out of nowhere a thought came to Nier. Nier. Why'd I want to castrate Izuku and kill a purple-haired girl? I said to myself. Eri. Mommy, is something wrong? She asked, tilting her head since Nier had remained still. Nier. Huh? No, it's okay, daughter, he said so they could keep playing. Returning with Izuku, he was walking through the halls, very blushed and with his clothes disheveled, towards his room to sleep and spend the long day he had. Izuku. If I see Dio or Garo, I'll kill them, he said to himself to enter his room and be able to rest. The League of Villains could be seen walking through a forest, drifting as it seemed like they were going in circles. Tamura. I don't know how to guide myself, he said, looking at a map he had so Gianella could take it from him. Gianella. Come here, she said with the map in her hands. Don't be an idiot, you had it backwards, she said to turn the map around. Okay, follow me, she said to start walking, and everyone followed her except Tamura. Tamura. Ni said, trying to imitate what Gianella did, and then followed the whole group. Meanwhile, you could see Izuku walking while looking everywhere because he didn't want to meet Carla. Dio. What good food, huh? He said as he came out of nowhere and wrapped his arm around Izuku's neck. Izuku. You, he said with a darkened look while an aura of death came out of him. Dio. What is this, Dio? He said to himself as he moved away from Izuku and his body trembled. Izuku. You screwed up, master, he said to pounce on Dio, who couldn't do anything. Returning to the League, these were in a somewhat sandy area. Gianella. According to the location of the Manolo, it is up there, she said, pointing up to a small cliff or mountain. Everyone laughed at Tamura's nickname and he was disintegrating reds while his veins wanted to explode from fury. Everyone climbed the mini-mountain, although Tamura had some difficulties as he disintegrated the rocks he touched. Gianella. Well, it's in front, she said, on top of the small cliff or mountain, so you can see a very large crater and in the center a humanoid made of rocks, rolled into a ball. Tamura. I think that's it, he said to get in front of him. Are you supposed to be the disciple? Another disciple of the sensei? He said, so that the one known as Gigantomachia stands up so they can see that he was a little shorter than Mount Lady with his quirk. Gigantomachia. Are you going to be the new sensei? He asked to see him. I'm not going to let someone as weak as you command me. He said to throw a fist where Tamura was. Before impacting, Kurogiri made a portal below Tamura so that he would appear next to him. Gigantomachia's fist would hit the ground making a loud bang and a layer of dust. Spiner. He is really strong, he said, taking out his mega sword. Dabi. How irritating, he said as blue fire began to come out of his hand. Toga. This will be fun, she said while taking out many knives. Rui. It will be nothing, he said while threads came out of his hands. Doflamingo. Yes, we understand each other, he said, creating a dragon of threads behind him. Tamura. I thought it would be easy. Gianella. I don't know what to say, she said, so that everyone looks at her and turns their gaze towards Gigantomachia. Muscular. I'm sure you didn't laugh a single time, he said, changing to his eye and covering himself with many fibers. So they all launched themselves against the Gigantomachia that was waiting for them. With Izuku, he dragged a bruised Dio and Garo towards the arena as they were going to make an announcement about the tournament. When they arrived, they saw the screen that was lit with the shadow that for them was mysterious waiting for everyone. They also saw a Kaneki who was in a wheelchair and with his entire face covered in plaster from the rape that Rayan inflicted on him. Screen. Well, since everyone is here, they are going to be given an announcement of the fights. They are going to change, said, so that some wonder how it will change now. The fight that is going to happen in 30 minutes will be Izuku versus Rayan, said, so that Izuku is in shock because he saw Rayan's brutality, and the other will be Garo versus Dio, said, so that those who were already better would shake hands with friends who fight with pride, not to see who is better. Well, that's the message, said, so that the screen turns off. Izuku. Why me? He said to go to the locker room to be ready. Before anyone could think or say anything else, a what? Sound was heard throughout the yacht. Izuku felt a chill upon hearing that, but he didn't give it any importance. In the locker room, Izuku. Mickey, any villain activity? Asked a clock where a hologram of Mickey appeared. Mickey. No, young Izuku, but there are reports of loud noises in a forest, but our satellite can't see that area. Perhaps it's some kind of interference. I inform Izuku, who nodded. Izuku. Thanks, Mickey, he said, so the hologram returns to the clock. There are 10 left to prepare, he said, to put on his fighting outfit. 9 minutes passed and Izuku and Rayan were told through the speakers to go to the arena to be introduced.
In the sand, Sayaka. Good afternoon, people of the world. Today we are going to have the semifinal of the tournament. Here the assassin, the prodigy of his clan and favorite to win, here Rayan Kure. He said, so that Rayan enters smiling grimly, and on the other side one of the favorites acclaimed by the public, considered the strongest, the one who defeated the number 2 hero in the world, here Izuku Midoriya. He said, so that he enters a little nervous.
Carla. Come on, my Izuku. Grandpa says he wants to meet you. I scream, so Izuku goes blank and some women get jealous. In the Midoriya house there was a heavy aura since the 4 girls had an aura of death. They wanted to kill that bitch and castrate Izuku. Inko was happy thinking that she already had a daughter-in-law and the girls didn't know what was going on. In the sand, Akiyama, who was in the audience, wanted to attack Carla along with Sayaka, but she held back from saying anything since she had to maintain her serious role as commentator and referee to demonstrate that there is no favoritism. Sayaka. Okay, fighters ready. She said to see Rayan, who nodded, and see Izuku, who was on guard and activated 20% of Ofa**. Izuku. Ready, he said seriously. Sayaka. Okay, fighters, let's start. She said so Rayan can start going against Izuku. Rayan. Dai said to jump and want to give a double kick in Izuku's face. He would put his arm out to cover himself from the attack and then use force to push it away. Izuku quickly wanted to sweep him, but Rayan would stop him with just the strength of his leg. Izuku quickly tried to move away, but he didn't expect Rayan to grab his foot and start slamming him against the ground. Izuku. Shit, this hurts a lot, he said to himself while thinking about something. There is only one left, he said, to activate 30% of OFA and get out of the grip and kick Rayan in the face and get away from him. Rayan would recover quickly and try to punch Izuku in the face. Izuku would deflect it and punch Rayan in the stomach. He would spit out a little blood and take a few steps back while touching his stomach. Rayan. Ha 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 ha, yes, he said, so that suddenly his body turned purple, his veins stood out and a tremendous thirst for blood spread. Izuku only increased the OFA to 60%, so the two at high speeds exchanged fists. Which Rayan had a bit of an advantage due to his experience in battles. Izuku would receive a punch to the face which made him retreat. Rayan would just pounce and try to grab him, but Izuku would jump back to give air bullets with his fingers that went against Rayan that hit him and left him lying on the ground. This one only with the momentum of his arms would rise in the sky to try to punch Izuku as he fell. Izuku would see this and would also jump to punch him in the jaw, which did hit him. As he fell, Rayan would fall to the ground as normal and Izuku would fall touching his abdomen since Rayan had cut him with the force of his knuckles. Sayaka. It seems that the fighter Rayan can't continue, she said, seeing Rayan who had his jaw out of place, so the winner is Izuku, she said, so that the public cheers his victory. Izuku. Shit, I broke my finger, he thought, looking at his fingers, since when he hit Rayan he extended his finger a little using his 100% on it. So doctors took Rayan away and also bandaged Izuku's cut. Sayaka. Well, in 5 hours the next battle will be, she said, to leave. With Carla, this one was next to someone big and muscular with the same eyes as Rayan and Carla. Why are you like this? He said, seeing that she was wearing a wedding dress. Carla. My Izuku defeated Rayan, so there's nothing stopping me from being with him, she said as she ran off to find Izuku. When Grandpa finds out about this he's not going to like it, he said to dial a number. With the League of Invalids, these were in a river. Some were very injured, but the most was muscular since Gigantomachia used it as a toy. Tamura. Shit, he said tiredly. Toga. I didn't think it would be that difficult, she said while bandaging Twice's head. Gianella. Literally beat us up, said, drinking some river water. Spiner. If it weren't for Kurogiri we would have died, he said, since Kurogiri returned to the bar to play the bass role and when they need help he will help them. Rui. My threads didn't do anything to him, he said, spitting out a little blood. Doflamingo. Neither did my string dragon, said, sitting while looking at his broken glasses. They were my favorites, said, depressed. Before anyone could say anything else the area began to shake. Dobby. What's wrong? He said, alarmed twice. Shit's coming again, said, alarmed to everyone. Tamura. Shit, Gianella charges at Muscular, we have to go. Gianella. And why me? Complains to Manolo Tamura. You are a woman, he said, so that Toga could punch him in the face and knock him out. Toga. Dude, that's offensive, he said, rubbing his fist. Well, Doflamingo charges Muscular with your strings and Rui does the same but with Tamura, he said, so that those mentioned would pay attention, and so they retreated before Gigantomachia arrives. Meanwhile, Aoyama could be seen walking calmly down the street, passing through an alleyway. A robotic hand grabbed his head and dragged him into the alleyway. Aoyama. Who are you? He said, trying to get away. Clover. It seems you don't remember me, she said, embedding him in a wall and standing in front of him. How are you doing, traitor? Aoyama. How do you know? Said with pain Clover. I know the future, past and present. I know what's going to happen. Now the fight between Dio and Garo is taking place, he said, so that in the camera it appears Dio using his stand to fight with Garo, who were exchanging blows, to Bakugo hitting Kaminari, he said, so that it shows how Bakugo gave an explanation to Kaminari in the Saints in the future, he said, while in his hand he made a blade, but you won't see it, he said, to split it in half vertically, ha 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 ha, he laughed to disappear in black rays, leaving the grotesque scene of guts and blood. Meanwhile, the League of Villains could be seen in a cave resting. Tamura. Shit, he said, with many wounds. Dobby. We were lucky that he went to rest, he said while taking out black paint and putting it in his hair. Toga. Ah, how I would like a drink of blood now, she said to give a sigh. Tamura. So I forgot to ask this, Rui said, getting the attention of the one who was playing cards with Doflamingo. Are you a man or a woman? He asked, since he didn't remember any of that in his flesh. XD*. Rui. I'm a man, said to continue playing with Doflamingo, leaving Spiner stone. Twice. What's up, Spiner? What the hell is wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost, said the Japanese Deadpool. Spiner. Nah, nothing, said to go to a corner and start vomiting. Muscular. What's wrong with him? He said, lying on the floor looking at him, since he couldn't move his body. Gianella. I have no idea, she said while eating a hamburger. Twice. Where did you get that? Hey, give me that, said the split personality pointing at him. Gianella. No, said to continue eating with Izuku. He was walking towards the participants' box to see the fight that was going to take place between his two friends, but suddenly his watch started to ring. He would go to the cleaning room where the janitor's things were. Izuku. Mickey, what happened? He said to his watch where a hologram of Mickey appeared. Mickey. The satellite reported the death of his partner Aoyama, said, showing what happened. Izuku's gaze darkened and he turned off his watch. He left the caretaker's room and headed to his room, forgetting about the fight that was going to take place in a little while. Elsewhere you could see a black room with bodies of people and a lot of blood bathing the walls, and in the center of all the carnage was a familiar silhouette. Clover. It's time, she said, so that her eyes shine and disappear at high speed, leaving a trail of black rays. You could see an Izuku with his normal suit running on the water with 60% OFA. He had already tired and was going to look for Clover and finish him off. Since he didn't know what he was capable of, Izuku would continue running, encountering marine animals that would attack him, but he only gave them a punch and made them a good ceviche. Meanwhile, Clover could be seen entering the Midoriya house as if nothing had happened, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one there and only Izuku's mother. Clover would go to the kitchen seeing Inko cooking. He would knock her out and take her to an open place and would begin to expel many rays that changed the weather. With Izuku he would be entering Japan, but out of nowhere Mickey, who was in his ear, that is, in a headset, informs him that an anomaly had formed. Without hesitation Izuku quickly went to see what was happening. Upon arriving Izuku, the first thing he would see would be Clover with an unconscious Inko in her arms. Izuku. Damn it, he shouted angrily, going to attack him, but Clover put his hand on Inko's neck before he could do anything. Clover. One step and she dies, said so that Izuku would move away without thinking. Good boy. Izuku. What do you want? He asked, looking at the ground. Clover. You took everything from me, claims to Izuku, then why shouldn't I do the same to you? Said to make his arm a claw and pierce Inko, which would wake up the pain. See, you said to leave, leaving her lying while blood came out of her wound. Izuku would just shed tears and without wasting time he would go to his mother to hold her in his arms. Izuku. Mama, wait, now let's go to a hospital, he said between sobs, to disappear in a green trail. Izuku would run until he reached the UA. He would only break the gate, causing the alarms to sound, but he didn't care. He would go to the medical room where he would find RG. Izuku. Grandma, please help me, he said through tears. R.G. turned to look at him and saw Inko in his arms. R.G. Quick boy, put her on that stretcher, he said, pointing towards a stretcher. Izuku only carefully placed her where RG connected a vent so she could breathe and stop the bleeding. Seconds later the teachers, principal and students would arrive at the medical room since they were told that the intruder had entered through that area, but when they arrived they would see a devastated Izuku like they had never seen before and his mother on a stretcher next to him. Nezu. What happened, young Midoriya? He asked with doubt, just like everyone else. Izuku. A villain attacked my mom and he said, but started crying. Without making them wait, Class A and B would hug him to comfort him. Of course, they had to force Monoma to join them too, but that doesn't matter. XD. Izuku would just separate from the hug and leave without saying anything. Everyone thought he would go to vent, but he went home to check if there was no one else injured. Upon arriving, he kicked the door to open it and not waste a second, so he would enter and no one would see him. Seconds later, he heard someone entering. Near. Who is it? Said out loud with a sword. The others were on guard, clearly alert to danger, protecting Eri and Kana. Izuku would just walk towards them. They would see him, but they would see that he had blood on his suit. They were worried, but Izuku walked past them and went to his daughters. Izuku. How lucky you are that you were okay, he said, bending down and hugging his two daughters, who would only reciprocate the hug. How good, he said, shedding tears. Nobara. Izuku, what happened? She asked worriedly, approaching like the others. Izuku. Girls, go pack your things please, he said so the girls could go to their room. Luku. What's wrong, Izuku? She asked worriedly. Izuku. We don't have to leave this house. It's THTH, he said, but couldn't finish because a lump was forming in his throat. Mitsuri. What's wrong, Izuku? Aren't you worrying? Izuku. It's my mom. They attacked her, he said through tears. I need you to leave here. It's not safe, he said, to disappear in a green ray before the girls do something. Nobara. We have to listen to him so as not to worry him more than he already is, she said, to get things ready like the others. With Izuku, he was at the top of a building. He approached the edge and sat down. Izuku. Why? Why her? He said through tears, but without knowing it, his eyes changed to those of Karma, and when he opened them he would see everything differently. Izuku. How strange, I didn't activate it, he said, wiping away his tears. Carnage. I did it, said, coming out of his back. Look for the bastard and we have to kill him for having done that, he said angrily. Izuku. And what's wrong with you? Carnage. It's nothing, it's just that Mrs. Inko is the first one who didn't treat me like something else. Her chocolate brownies are very good, she said, so that Izuku gets a small smile and is surrounded by Carnage, going into his armor mode with which he controls 90% of OFA*. He would run at high speed all over Japan looking for some trace. He would continue for hours, but he didn't find anything. He was going to give up and stopped at a cliff, and in front of him was the Great Sea. Izuku. I don't know what to do anymore, he said, looking at the sea, but in the distance he saw something moving at great speed over the water. Izuku went against the being, but he knew the figure was Clover. Without making him wait, he would run against him, putting himself even next to him without him realizing it. Izuku. Are you going somewhere? He asked so Clover could see to his side and see Izuku. Clover. What? He said, impressed, but Izuku, without waiting, grabbed his head and started running. Izuku would be dragging Clover over the sea, making it crash into small rocks that protruded from the water. Izuku would continue until reaching a city in China. He would put Clover in front of him as a shield and would begin to run towards buildings so that they would crash fully into Clover. Izuku wouldn't care about the destruction, he was just angry. He wanted to torture him. He would continue like this until he left on the other side of China. Then he would run again over the sea to throw Clover forward and begin to deliver blows that sent him forward, making that when Izuku advances he gives him another blow so that he would have more power. Of course Izuku had to be careful since his blows divided the sea. Izuku would continue like this until he returned to Japan, where his destruction would reach a city. He threw Clover against the ground, leaving it embedded in it, at the same time making a giant crater and destroying the houses or buildings in the surroundings. Clover. Like she said, trying to stand up but couldn't, apart from the fact that blood was coming out of the cracks. Izuku. Who are you? He asked, still angry, wanting to know who it is. Who is that person who hated him so much? Clover. Ha 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 ha, laughed, leaving Izuku confused and more annoyed, but what he didn't know was that this was televised and everyone was watching it. I don't know if you understand, but I'm the future, Izuku said, standing up with difficulty and bending down so that suddenly his back began to open so that someone came out. Izuku. No, he said in shock, taking a few steps back. I am the future, Izuku said, someone who looked like Izuku, but this one had half of his face burned and you won't be able to do anything anymore, he said, to use 100% OFA and pierce Izuku's stomach. All of Japan would be shocked, but the friends, lovers, and those on the yacht who were watching this stopped the fight because the tournament creator warned them that something was wrong. Deku, Clover, ha 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 ha, Inko is almost dead, he said as he pulled out his arm and left Izuku kneeling, touching his wound. Izuku, with his little remaining strength, would draw his sword with which he split it in half horizontally, letting Clover's torso fly and leaving her legs standing there, which after a few seconds fell to the ground. Deku, Clover. My shit, he said in the air while a lot of blood came out of his cut part, until it reached the ground where he fell dead and began to disappear into particles. Izuku would just lie on the ground as he disappeared. Carnage. Hey kid, hang in there, he told him mentally while trying to heal him. Izuku. It doesn't matter anymore, it's too late, he said, spitting a little blood. Izuku would begin to put on his armor mode and only leave his normal suit showing his face and even letting more blood come out of his torso where there was a hole. Eri and Kana would arrive at the scene. Kana was in her dragon form and Eri was riding her. When she touched the ground, Eri quickly got off and ran towards Izuku's body, and Kana would transform to also go to Izuku. Eri, Kana. Daddy *Djieren, putting tears on top of Izuku. Izuku. Don't cry, he said, raising his body a little and sitting down, touching the heads of the two. It broke everyone's heart, because at such a young age he had 2 daughters and left them orphaned, or so they thought. Eri. Dad, I can save you, she said, crying, trying to rewind her wound, but it didn't work. But why doesn't it work, she said, crying more. Izuku. Calm down, daughter, it's my time, he said, hugging her. Kana. You can't leave. You promised me that you would always be with me, she said, crying. Izuku. I'm sorry, he said, also hugging her, but I won't be able to keep our promise, he said, while smiling sadly, but I'll always be here, he said, separating a little and pointing at each one's chest. I'll be here, he said, and then pointed to his head. I just want to say that I love you, he said, to hug them and disappear into green particles. Eri and Kana would begin to cry very hard, since they would never see their father again, the man who saved them both and gave them both a better life. Everyone would mourn the death of a great one. Izuku's lovers would be crying. His friends were no better. On the yacht, Carla was crying very loudly with Sayaka and Akiyama. Garo and Dio had their gaze lowered. That was the day a great person, a good father, the best friend you could wish for died. You could see a blank space where there was nothing, and from one moment to the next, many particles would begin to gather together, forming the image of someone who was dead. Izuku. Huh? Where am I? He said, looking everywhere since he remembered having died. Is this heaven? I would have been better off going to hell, he said, disappointed. Hey, don't insult my room of ideas, said a black silhouette that was entering through a door that disappeared after closing it. Izuku. Who are you? He asked, confused. Well, how do I tell you this? I'm God, he said normally. Izuku. Aya said without a reaction. Aren't you impressed? He said, confused. Izuku. I'm dead. I was hoping to find you. Well, tell me something. If I gave you the opportunity to choose a second chance or to be reborn in a new world, what would you choose, he said, so Izuku could see it. Izuku. Can I come back? He said, hoping to see everyone again. Yes, but what do you choose? Izuku. The first one, he said without hesitation. Well, to return I'm going to give you 3 missions, he said, so Izuku can see it. Izuku. Missions? Yes, I am a god, I cannot intervene, but I can send someone, he said, so that Izuku could listen carefully. I am going to send you to 3 different worlds where you will have to solve each one's problems. Izuku. Okay, said, understanding. You can also bring someone from that world with you, so you can form a mini-team to be prepared for what's coming. Izuku. What's coming? He asked, looking at him. Find out when you finish everything, he said, to snap his fingers, and Izuku disappears. It's good that the boss tripped over my knife, he said, so the silhouette becomes me. I have to remember where now I am the owner of everything and I don't have to obey anyone but me, he said, to start remembering. Flashback. You could see an office where there were spheres with universes inside. Boss. Thunder, come here, he said out loud so I could enter through the door. Thunder. Should I call? He asked, coming in with a knife that had butter in it. Boss. If you look, he said, standing up, I want you to. He didn't finish because he accidentally slipped on a sheet of paper that was on the floor and fell forward. I tried to grab him, but I had forgotten the knife and accidentally stuck it in his chest, killing him as it hit his heart directly. Thunder. Kill the boss. Nye, it's not like I'll care, he said, to take the corpse and throw it towards a universe where there was only darkness. Well, here the universe 1290 will be born, so wait for the Big Bang to do something to it. Finn, flashback me. Well, let's see my pets, he said, to leave through another door that appeared out of nowhere. In a universe 2 people could be seen sitting in front of a computer, but one was handcuffed. Come on, Batsy, I want to be a heroine to destroy Superman, said a blonde girl with 2 pigtails where one end was blue and the other red. Batman. Okay, Green Arrow, go to Arkhan's asylum. We have to stop Superman, he said, so the screen goes black. Green Arrow. Since when are you watching me? Said a slightly angry man who had a blonde goatee like his hair and was wearing a mask. Before anyone else could say anything, a portal opened behind them, out of which Izuku fell to the ground. Izuku. Shit, that really hurt, he said, on the floor in pain. Upon hearing that, the 2 of them turned their gaze behind them to see who it was. Green Arrow. Who are you? He said with a bow and a loaded arrow to shoot. Green hair. Pudding. Said happily, jumping against Izuku, hugging him without the handcuffs. Green Arrow. But company. I didn't finish because Izuku pushed the girl away and jumped back to get away. Izuku. Who are they? he said on guard while activating 10% OFA asterisk. You don't recognize me, I'm Harley Pudding, he said trying to get closer. Izuku. I don't know them, he said on guard green flash. The question here is, who are you? He said attentively. Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, I'm here on a mission, he said seriously. Green flash. Who sent you? He said about to shoot next to Harley who took out his pistols. Izuku. I can't tell you but I was sent to solve a problem in this world. Green flash. World? He said confused so that Harley and he could see each other and make a confused expression. Izuku. I'll explain to you, that's how I'll explain to you how he died and how he arrived. Green arrow. So you come from another world and you come to save this world in short, he said so that Izuku nods. Arrow, you should have said it before, he said hugging Izuku with one arm. Come, we are going to take you to the place, he said so that the three of them go out and Green Arrow pulls a car out of the ground. Well, here is the mobile arrow. Harley. It seems you don't know names, she said to enter next to Izuku who sat in the back. Green Arrow. Damn crazy, said to get in and start the car to go to the nursing home. In the asylum, Batman's team would be seen as Nightwing, Robin along with himself, entering the asylum. Robin. I hope Superman kills the villains, he said cracking his knuckles. Nightwing. I already told you we don't kill mature, he said to Robin who got a little upset. Batman. Don't fight now, we have to stop him from doing something crazy, he said seriously entering like the three asterisk. They would walk until they reached the area where the most dangerous villains were. There they would see Superman, along with a robot and a girl entering through the roof window, breaking it. Batman. Don't do this, Clar, he said seriously. Superman. You're not going to stop us, he said approaching. Batman. You don't belong here, he said so that a prisoner could approach the window, which was what was imprisoning him. No, of course he does have a scar and what comes with it is great power, he said like a madman. Superman. Cyborg Calda 83 Victor Saz said so that a yellow portal would swallow him. Cell 86 Mad Hatter said so that another portal would appear and swallow him. Batman. Last chance, stop. Cyborg. Very well, Riddle, time for he didn't finish because he fell to the ground from a discharge and then Batman was seen pressing a button on his belt. Nightwing. What are you doing? Stop, he said, touching Batman's shoulder to make him stop. Cyborg. This is not possible, he said standing up. The date of the virus is, he said to analyze and see a scene where they held hands. It is the day we met, he said surprised. Old man. How bad, said a kind of human crocodile in his cell while shaking his head. So the two sides were prepared to fight, but a voice was heard through a horn. Harley. Hey Batman, I decided to help you defeat Superman. Hero Time said to press a button in a camera room and the cells open. So all the villains would be released and would run against the heroes. Batman. Let's put aside our differences, said next to Superman. Superman. For now, said so that Batman could dodge a fist from someone very muscular and wearing a wrestling mask. Superman would block a blow from the Crocodile Man and then give him a punch that knocked him away, then fly over and choke him in midair, and then a mud monster would hit him with its fist that was a ball of spikes. Meanwhile, Batman fought the giant, dodging and punching. At one point, he moved away and pulled out two types of ropes with a point at the end from a glove. These ropes went against the giant and electrocuted him, causing him to fall to his knees from the electricity. Now the scene focuses on Robin fighting against someone with a white mask. The one with the mask would kick him away. Robin would not realize that behind him an iron door would be broken by a giant with pale skin and white hair. This one with his hand would grab Robin's head. Robin would try to get away but he couldn't. Superman with many blows would destroy the torso of the Clayman, making him fall. Then with his laser gaze cut the forearm of the being that was grabbing Robin's head so he would fall to the ground with his hand on his head. Robin would stand up trying to take his hand off his head, then Nightwing arrives and starts to help him. Robin. I had it under control, he said, straining his fingers. Nightwing. Yes, we all noticed, he said, taking Robin's hand away so he could barely avoid a knife that cut his nose. There they would see how the one with the white mask was throwing knives at him. A bald man and someone with a green mask and brown hair were approaching. Robin would fight against the one with the mask, this time knocking him down and then seeing the one with the mask behind him who was going to hit him with a metal bar, but he regretted it and tried to run away, throwing the bar at Robin, chasing him. Meanwhile Nightwing fought against the bald man, hitting him with his bars in each hand and then incapacitating them. Then seeing Robin hitting the one with the mask on the ground who was trying to cover himself. Nightwing. Robin, you don't hit them when you're in the fetal position, he said while tying the bald man's hands with a rope. Robin. You're not Robin anymore, so shut your mouth, he said, throwing a bar at him. The bar was going to hit Nightwing's head. Robin, realizing that he was not going to block it as he always did, tried to stop it, but it was too late. Before hitting a green trail would stop the bar. Izuku. This is dangerous, he said, holding the bar and making it into a ball as if it were nothing. Nightwing. Who are you? He said, still in shock from thinking he was going to die. Izuku. I'm coming with the blonde, he said, pointing at the Green Arrow who was arriving tired. Green Arrow. You run a lot, he said tiredly. Robin. Brother, sorry, he said regretfully in front of Nightwing *. Nightwing. You saw that I told you to control yourself. You almost killed me, he said, rubbing Robin's head. Meanwhile Superman hit the ground hard, creating a wave that made everyone back up and others crashed into the walls except for Izuku, who jumped. Superman. Go back to your cells, he said with his red eyes. All the prisoners went into their cells so that Superman's team could gather and stand in front of Izuku. Superman. Who are you? He asked, looking at him. Izuku. I'm someone who came to stop you, he said to activate his 50% and give him a blow that sent Superman flying through the air. Impossible, said a black-haired girl who had a heavy shield and golden bow. Batman. Who is it? I asked the Green Flash. Green Arrow. Well, he said to tell him everything that was heard by everyone except Superman and Izuku, who had gone against Superman again. Batman. Wow, Cyborg. We have to help Superman, he said, about to use his propellants. Batman. You're not going to help anyone, he said to activate the button on his belt, and Cyborg falls off. What did you do? Said, trying to attack Batman, but a giant green hand caught it. Am I late? Said someone in a green suit, a green mask, and a green ring where the hand came from. Batman. Just in time, said, watching as the girl tried to get away. Come on, Wonder Woman. You know you're doing the wrong thing, said, so she can use more force, cracking her hand *. W. You are the one who is wrong, Batman. Your rules made all this, your codes. He said to break his hand into pieces and fly away to where Superman and Izuku were fighting. Batman. Everyone has to help the boy, he said to start running like the others, except Green Lantern, who was carrying Cyborg with his ring. Superman Izuku found himself being dragged across the ground by Superman, leaving a dirt path where there had once been grass. Izuku. Shit, I can't train like before and I'm only at 60%, he thought, to be covered by the symbiote and go into his armor mode. You screwed, master, he said to grab Superman's arm that was holding him and crush him, so he lets go. Superman would let go and grab his hand, but that didn't prevent Izuku from punching him in the jaw, sending him flying into the sky. Izuku would take a powerful leap to get on Superman's back and hit him with a hammer, causing him to crash to the ground. Izuku would fall very fast while Rogio surrounded him because of the speed at which he was falling. Izuku would fall against Superman, creating an explosion of dust that made everything shake. Everyone would arrive at the place and see only Izuku grabbing and stepping with one foot on Superman's body that was spitting blood. W. Leave it, he said to go attack with his sword, but Izuku would just break it and slap him. Izuku. Calm down, he said seriously. Batman. Who are you? He asked seriously since they didn't know Izuku was in the suit. Izuku. They don't recognize me, I'm Izuku, he said, so that the face part of his suit retracts and lets him see his face. Green Flash. Very good boy, said, happy that this will end. Izuku. Yes, but why don't I leave this world? He said, looking at his hands so that a letter falls on his head. What does it say? He asked to open it. Your mission is not over yet, he said to sigh. Well, I'll stay for a while, he said resignedly. Harley. Yes, my pudding will be with me, she said, hugging Izuku. Izuku. Ate, he said in a whisper, but no one had heard him. Batman. Well, I guess I'll keep it at my house, he said as he approached Izuku. Could you move aside, he said, referring to him getting away from Superman. Izuku. Oh, sure, he said, stepping aside while trying to get away from Harley. Batman would walk over and put some green handcuffs on him. Izuku. I'm sure that will work, he said, putting Harley aside. Batman. Yes, and Lantern arrests Diana, he said, so that Green Lantern makes a circle of green energy around WW so that he doesn't try anything. Robin. Well, to the Batmobile, he said, but Batman would grab him by the shoulder. Batman. You're in serious trouble, he said, grabbing him by the shoulder. Robin. Yes, Dad, he said, understanding that he was going to kill his brother if it weren't for Izuku. Nightwing. Hey, thanks, said to Izuku. It's nothing. Where will I stay, he said, kneeling down, crying comically. Batman. You're staying at my house, he said with his serious tone. Izuku. Oh, okay, he said, so that his attitude took a 180-degree turn. So everyone left, but not before leaving WW and Superman in a maximum security prison where Superman's was reinforced with kryptonite and WW's with obsidian. In the Batcave, Izuku. Wow, it looks like my hero's lair, he said, looking at the place. Batman. Do you have a cave? I ask, looking at him. Izuku. Yes, it is my center of operations. Nightwing. I don't even have a secret lair, said, sad that a child has something he always wanted. Robin. Well, I'm leaving, he said, but was stopped by Batman. Batman. We need to talk, Damian, he said seriously so Robin could understand Dick. Show Izuku the top, he said, so Nightwing could take him to an elevator where they went up. Dick. Well, here is Wayne Manor, he said, to make it look like a classic mansion with my rustic paintings, a fireplace, the classic. So Dick would show him the whole place, where you would sleep, the kitchen, the ball, the game room, the living room and the gym. Dick. Well, I'll tell you what I have to do. My team is calling me, he said as he goes to the Batcave and leaves on his motorcycle. Izuku. Wow, so many things I can do. Do you want to eat? I asked Carnage. Carnage. I couldn't have said it better, so Izuku would go to the kitchen to see if there was any chocolate. When I arrived I would look everywhere but I wouldn't see a single chocolate. Carnage. What kind of monster doesn't have chocolate, he said, scared. Izuku. Wait, said, smelling something. I smell something, said, following the smell, heading to Batman's room there, said, pointing under the bat bed asterisk. Izuku would move it, to see a trapdoor which he opened, and there were chocolates that had an image of Batman, and on the wrapper it said Batman Bat Chocolate and only Batman. Izuku. Well, I'll starve it for you. And it looks like he has a lot of them, he said, to take them all and start eating them like crazy since they were so delicious. The day after the events of the previous episode, Robin, Nightwing, and Izuku were seen looking at a depressed Batman. They'd say, that's impossible, right? Well, they took away the most precious thing he had, his chocolate. Robin. Did you really eat everything? He said while looking at Izuku. Izuku. Of course not, he said, and then ate a hot chocolate bat. Now yes, he said, so Robin would turn white. Nightwing. I never saw him like that, he said, feeling sorry for Batman. Robin. Put the general tells us to train or do this that you do wrong, said, trying to imitate Batman. Izuku. Yes, but I didn't finish because an alarm sounded. What's happening? Nightwing. The bat signal, said, going out to the computer. Izuku. Why does it all start with Don Batty? He said, looking at Robin. Robin. He's very stingy, he said as he also went to the computer. Nightwing. It's Harley Quinn, he said, touching his forehead. Robin. What have you done? Asked, raising an eyebrow. Nightwing. Look at him now, he said, so that he would come closer to Izuku. See how he was with a blowtorch burning a forest, and on another screen you could see a more panoramic image, so that you could divide what the forest fire formed. Come here, Pundicito, asterisk. Robin. Ha ha ha, laughed like crazy at Izuku's misfortune since he knew he was referring to him. Nightwing. How did she do that? He said, intrigued, but it doesn't matter, we have to stop her. Batman. You guys take care of it, said, sitting in a chair with his head resting on a table. So Izuku, Robin and Nightingale went to the forest. When they arrived they saw a Harley dancing like a lacquer while watching the fire while the forest burned. Nightwing. Robin. Izuku, make a perimeter, he said, but Izuku ignored him. He approached Harley, grabbed her by the shoulders and took her to Nightwing and Robin, who looked at him confused. Asterisk. What are you doing? He asked, but Izuku ignored it and did not respond. He just stood in front of the burning forest, pulled back his arm a little and started shooting out green rays. Robin. What are you going to do, and what are those rays? He asked, seeing what Izuku was doing. Izuku just threw a quick punch forward, creating a strong airwave that quickly extinguished the fire without spreading it. Izuku. Ready, he said to return to the car. Robin. Well, easy job, he also said, entering. Nightwing. Okay, crazy girl, come in. Harley. Right away said to be at Izuku's side, who was scared. So Izuku's first day in that world was passing, in BNHA. These were at Izuku's funeral, because there was no body and only his memory. For this day, many heroes attended, people known to Izuku, civilians, his friends, his lovers, his mother who was recovered since Ares saved her, and his father who had traveled after hearing about it from the news. Everyone would be in mourning, even some villains, but while that was happening, the League was still battling against Gigantomachia, not knowing anything for now. Returning with Izuku, he was resting, thinking about who could be part of his team. He thought about Harley because even though she was a little crazy, or rather, she was really crazy, she was very intelligent, bold and stealthy, and that could help her for infiltration missions. Before he can think any further, Robin runs into his room. Izuku. What the? Robin didn't finish, he interrupted him desperately. Robin. They're attacking us, he said to leave, just like Izuku, who put on his normal suit that was a little torn. So the two went out, and in the distance they saw how the Justice League was fighting alongside the young Titans and other heroes, fighting with red beings with hair and wings, and behind them also someone who imposed respect, a gray being, red eyes, and was about 3 meters tall. Darkseid. This is my revenge, Spanky said out loud so everyone could see it. What? Take 2, Darkseid. I am death, he said while strangling a yellow lantern that they were helping along with others. Why? Well, this threat was on a universal level, their entire universe was in danger and everyone had to unite. Izuku. What's wrong? Robin. The big guy is Darkseid and those ugly things are parademons and they only seek destruction, said to help someone contracted blue that looked like a beetle that had problems. Izuku. Shit, this is not good, he said to activate his rays and use his maximum, which was now 65% of OFA asterisk. Izuku appeared in the prison where WW and Superman were. Izuku. Hey, he said so that they would notice his presence. We need your help, he said seriously. Superman. Stop. Izuku. Darkseid, he said so that the two see him. Impressed is here, so if you want to help. If not, just stay here, he said to press a button and the cells would open. Izuku would go to help in the fight, he would see how the Darkseid army was winning little by little. Izuku. No more, he said to go to his armor mode and take out his sword. He only mastered 90. It will still be enough, he said to a flash of red fire and go out against Darkseid. On the way he helped some heroes who were almost killed by the parademons *SMAAASHHH. He shouted, giving a blow to Darkseid who wasn't expecting it. Darkseid flew out and before Acer hit the ground. Why was he flying? He used his hands to levitate, avoiding hitting the ground, then he would get ready to see his attacker. Darkseid. What are you? Izuku. I'm the one who will defeat you, he said, taking out his sword. Darkseid just shot rays from his eyes that collided with Izuku's sword and sent it flying. Izuku. The old way, he said, putting himself in a fighting pose. Darkseid just flew towards Izuku, giving him an ascending punch that hit him in the stomach, sending him upwards. He would just fly towards Izuku, giving him another blow, sending him higher, thus far surpassing the level of the clouds. Izuku. Shit, that hurts, he said in pain. Darkseid would stand on top of him and hit him with a hammer in the stomach, sending him falling like a meteor, hitting the ground in the middle of the battle, creating a shockwave that sent everyone flying and creating a giant crater. To top it off, Darkseid would fly headlong towards where Izuku was, creating more dust. The heroes would worry, but they couldn't worry anymore because the parademons kept coming. The smoke would spread, revealing Izuku, but his suit was different. He had wings and a super large sword. You could see how he was holding Darkseid's fists that were about to hit Izuku. It was close, he said to headbutt Darkseid, which made him move away and a little blood came from his forehead. Izuku would not realize that a parademon was approaching behind him to kill him. When he was going to cross it, a laser beam cut him in half. Izuku would realize this and would look in the direction where it came from, seeing Superman and WW arriving at the battlefield. Superman. Sorry for the delay, said, descending until he touched the floor. W. We'll cover your back, he said to start helping in the battle. Superman. You can do it, boy, he said to also help. Izuku would just give a smile from under his helmet and go against Darkseid. Darkseid would see this and quickly recover to block Izuku's fist that was coming at full speed to try to punch him with his other hand, but Izuku would also block it. Darkseid would try to use his laser eyes, but Izuku got out of the struggle and grabbed Darkseid's head to slam it against his knee, thus making him dizzy from the blow. Izuku would not wait and would begin to give a combo of quick blows to different parts of the body. Darkseid would be screaming in pain. Izuku would continue, but out of nowhere his suit would disappear, leaving him normal. Izuku. What happened? He said, seeing that he no longer had him stopping him from hitting Darkseid. Carnage. I have no more energy, boy mentally said to Izuku. Darkseid would take advantage of this to grab Izuku's head and slam it against the ground, creating a giant crater. He would do this many times and then stop and lift Izuku's body, which was covered in blood. Darkseid. I am death. I am destruction, he said as his eyes began to shine. I am. He didn't finish as Izuku, with the little strength he had, activated his 100% and punched Darkseid, which made him release him and move away a little. Your strength is not the same, human, he said as he flew closer to Izuku, giving him a punch that made him crash into a building, causing it to be destroyed. In the rubble was Izuku lying face up while he watched the sunset, while a lot of blood ran from his wounds and mouth. Izuku. Remember, Izuku, you have to stand up again. Everyone can die. Come on, Izuku, let's go. He screamed at himself mentally while tears came out of his eyes due to helplessness. Remember, hope is the only thing that is lost. Remember, you still have to return to your world. See your daughters again, your mother. You can't give up now, he said to himself, but didn't realize that 3 lights of pink, blue and green were approaching. But I'm afraid of losing and furious that he wins, he said, so that 2 other lights of yellow and red joined together. But also, why will it be like this? I don't want to kill him, he said with more tears, so that another purple light joins together, thus being 6 lights that would approach Izuku. Darkseid slowly approached Izuku threateningly. Darkseid. Their champion lost to me, he said to reload his fist and give him the final blow. Before being hit by a 6-colored sphere, he protected his Izuku, but it made a wave that sent Darkseid flying a good distance. Izuku. What? He said with difficulty, but the 6 lights revealed themselves to be rings of different colors that automatically went on Izuku's fingers. Rings. Izuku Midoriya, you were chosen to wear this ring, they said at the same time, so that Izuku begins to levitate and a white light covers him. Everyone would stop fighting to see the light that they didn't know was Izuku. Darkseid would see this and fly quickly, trying to stop what was happening. Before reaching the light, he made a mini explosion that made everyone cover their eyes and Darkseid fly away. Izuku. What is this? He said, so that now you can see a gray suit with a gray mask and 6 signs on different parts of his body. Izuku would only look in the direction of Darkseid, who looked a little afraid since he knew the power of a white lantern. Izuku just put his 2 fists forward, putting them together so that a white ray comes out of them and goes in the direction of Darkseid, pulverizing him completely without leaving any trace of him. By doing that, Izuku would stay watching for a few seconds until suddenly blood came out of his mouth, and then he fell to the ground, fainted, while his suit vanished, only leaving him with his broken hero suit. With the fall of Darkseid, the parademons would fall to the ground as if deactivated, no longer obeying anyone. The heroes celebrated, but of course Robin, Nightwing and Batman went to help Izuku. They left him in the Batmobile to rest. Superman. How is the boy? Batman. It'll be fine and about. Superman. I have to go back, he said, looking at the ground. Batman. Well, since you helped today, I could talk to the president, he said to make Superman smile. Superman. This reminds me of the old days, said, seeing all the heroes celebrating the victory. Batman. That's right, he said, the same as Superman. What no one would notice was that a light would envelop Izuku, leaving a note that said, I have to go. My mission is complete, and Harley. But she was in Arkham Asylum and only the inmates would notice. They would appear in a white place where there was only a black silhouette. Harley. Pudding said, approaching Izuku. Izuku. What happened? And why doesn't anything hurt? He said, looking at himself and seeing that he had a gray ring. Wow, now I remember everything, he said, still shocked by what that ring did. Very well done, Izuku, you already did your first mission, he said, clapping. Harley. Who are you? Said with her typical giant hammer. I'm God and blah blah blah. Well, you were chosen to be on Izuku's team, said, so Harley would be happy not to be separated from Izuku. Izuku. Why crazy? He said, a little scared. Don't pretend you were thinking of choosing her, he said, so that Izuku would be a little embarrassed, but well, as you'll see, I've already healed your wounds from the battle against the ugly homunculus, he said, so that Izuku and Harley would laugh a little. The last one, because she had seen it on TV. Now you will be sent to World 2 so that you can help him. So Beidou, he said, saying goodbye so that a portal would appear below them and take them away. Well, to continue my work, he said, to leave through a door that appeared out of nowhere. Izuku, Harley. Ah, they screamed as they fell down a ravine. Izuku. How did I get to this? He wondered as he started to remember. 30 minutes before, Izuku and Harley could be seen appearing in a forest, where there was apparently no one, not even an insect or any animal. Izuku. Well, here it starts again, he said to sigh and start walking. Harley. Wait for me, said to chase Izuku. These two would walk, Izuku in front leading the way, but would stop at the edge of a cliff. Izuku. Apparently this is where it ends, he said, but Harley hadn't heard, so he pushes Izuku by accident. Shit, he said, grabbing Harley's foot and making them both fall. Harley. Why? Screams, being dragged down by Izuku. Izuku. Sorry, he said, falling like Harley present. Izuku. So I remember, he said with a drop of sweat on his head. Harley. Fool, said, hitting Izuku on the head. Izuku. Ouch, he said, grabbing his head. Wait, how long have we been falling? He asked so the two would look down and see the ground. Harley. I don't want to die, I'm very pretty, she said, falling into the fetal position. Izuku would just carry Harley bridal style and use a tentacle to land on her. Izuku. It was close, he said, leaving Harley. Harley. Sweet ground, said, kissing the ground. Izuku. Well, let's continue, it won't be long until dawn, he said as he started walking in a random direction. Harley. Okie dokie, said, starting to follow Izuku while jumping. So the two would walk until they left the forest to see a derailed train. Izuku. Wow, what happened, he said, watching the scene. Harley. Hey, what's that? She asked, seeing how someone with yellow hair was kneeling on one knee while behind him was someone with black and red hair lying on the ground, looking fainted face up from their perspective. And in front of him a boy with ash blue skin, pink hair, I think, and marks. In the blink of an eye, the ash-haired man would be about to hit the boy on the ground. Until minute 4:16, Izuku would see in the fire tornado that Akaza was about to do a donut to Rengoku, so by activating the OFA at 30% he would get into the tornado. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Inosuke were impressed by the fire tornado, but they saw how a green light entered the tornado. Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, Nunitsu said in unison for his friends. Zenitsu. What happened, he said with the box at his side where Nezuko was. Tanjiro. Wait, if you are here, he said, pointing at him. We have to help Rengoku, he said, running with his sword towards the tornado that was fading away with Inosuke asterisk. When they were close, they saw how the fire tornado dissipated and they could see how someone with a strange suit for them in green hair was stopping Akaza's arm as if nothing had happened before Rengoku's surprised gaze. Akaza. Who are you? He said, seeing Izuku angry for having stopped Rengoku's death. Rengoku. Third stance, burning universe, he said, coming out of shock and throwing his sword down in an arc, splitting Akaza in half. Izuku's arm was cut by a hair, but he pulled it out in time. Akaza. Shit, he said, so that his two parts fell to the sides while the sun that was rising burned him, thus killing Akaza and thus giving a new dawn. Rengoku. Thanks, boy, he said, spitting a little blood since the blows affected him. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke. Rengoku Dijo Corriendo Abrasarlo asterisk. Tanjiro. We thought he would die, he said with some tears. Rengoku. Ha ha ha, if I die you have to continue, he said with a smile. Izuku. Well, I have to go, he said, but Rengoku would stop him by grabbing his shoulder. Rengoku. How do you know how to use lightning breathing? He said seriously. Izuku. Breathing? What's that? He asked, confused, while Harley went with him since he had left her behind. Harley. Not very fast, he said tiredly, throwing himself on the ground. Zenitsu. She's beautiful, he said, blushing. Marry me, he said, kneeling in front of Harley. Harley. Ah, how disgusting, a pervert screams, hitting him with a mallet that came out of nowhere. Zenitsu would fall to the floor, knocked out by the blow. Rengoku. Can you come with us? He asked seriously, but it wasn't noticeable since he was smiling as always. Izuku. Okay, Harley, go. I didn't finish. He saw with Rengoku how Tanjiro stopped her from attacking a fainted Zenitsu * Harley. Harley. Yes? Izuku. Leave the blonde alone. Let's go, he said, so that she calms down and Tanjiro releases her. Rengoku. Let's go, my pupils, he said, smiling. Tanjiro. Inosuke. Yeah, said in military stance. Zenitsu. Yes, he said, raising a thumb from the ground. So they all left, Inosuke dragging Zenitsu, Tanjiro carrying the box with Nezuko, Harley jumping while walking, and Rengoku next to Izuku talking about which food is better. So they would walk a long stretch being guided by Rengoku's crow that showed them the way. When Izuku arrived, he would be surprised since he seemed many years behind his time. Upon entering, they wouldn't see anyone, so they just chose to enter, leaving Izuku and Harley waiting while Rengoku sent Zenitsu, Tanjiro and Inosuke to the butterfly estate to recover from their injuries. Izuku. I wonder how my mother is, wondered in his thoughts while looking at the sky. In BNHA you could see the entire Midoriya household still depressed about the death, but Inko was a little more cheerful since she knew her son wouldn't like her to be like that, so she would try to cheer everyone up. Returning to the world where Izuku was, you could see a kitchen and a girl with black hair with blue tips and pigtails preparing meatballs, or I don't know what XD, but on a table a yellow hair would lift a cloth where there were buns underneath. Without realizing it, Zenitsu changed the plate of buns with a plate of stuffed cloth, thus making the change without the girl noticing. Zenitsu would walk down some aisles while with one hand he ate a bun and with the other he grabbed the plate. Zenitsu thought, how lucky that green-haired boy appeared, he said, taking a bite of the bun. I'm going to take this to the boys, he said, entering a room. Guys, I brought food, he said, so that Inosuke would kick him in the face to steal the plate of buns and start eating them. Inosuke. Stickful, he said with his mouth full while he continued eating. Zenitsu. Hey, that's not just for you, he said while trying to take them off, but Inosuke ran while he was eating. Tanjiro. Guys, stop, he said, chasing them around the room, running in circles. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he was arriving at the door of the boss's farm where Rengoku was waiting for him. Rengoku. And why did you want to go to the kitchen, young man? I don't know your name, he said with his smile. Izuku. Izuku. A pleasure, and I brought this, said, showing 2 plates with vegetables and fried chicken. It's Katsudon, said, sitting next to Rengoku and giving him the plate with chopsticks. Good to eat, said, to start eating, slowly savoring while drooling a little. Rengoku would look at her reaction strangely, so he would separate his chopsticks and take his first bite. Rengoku. Umai. Euphoric shout to start eating quickly while continuing to repeat the same word. Izuku thought, it looks like he liked it, he said to himself while watching him eat. So the two would eat happily until they finished and left the plates aside. Rengoku. Well, the boss is going to arrive, he said, standing up. Izuku. Pattern? He asked, confused, standing up just like Rengoku *. Rengoku. Yes, he's the boss. And where's your friend? He asked, looking around. Izuku. I don't know, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Hello, Rengoku, said someone with somewhat long hair, and a type of scar across his forehead up to his eyes, and his eyes were silver. Rengoku. Hello, boss, said something kneeling down that would be seen by Izuku imitating him. Patron. Well, he said, getting on his knees, being helped by 2 girls. Who is your guest, Rengoku? Rengoku. He is someone who helped me and has a strange power, he said, standing up like Izuku. Pattern. Power? Rengoku. If I can draw lightning from his body. Pattern. Isn't that a breath? Rengoku. No, because he doesn't need a sword and it's better to apply it, he said, so Izuku could talk. Izuku. Well, my name is Izuku, and as I say this, I am from another world, he said, so that everyone present can see it. I am on a mission in this world, but I can't say it. Rengoku. I believe him, he said, believing Izuku's thing. Boss. Well, I don't have any explanation, so I guess so, he said with a sigh. Well, Rengoku, please don't say anything, and in a while we will gather the pillars, and please take young Izuku so he can see the place. Rengoku. Hi, he said, bowing to walk while Izuku followed him. Izuku thought. Wow, his voice was warm like a father's, he thought, a little relaxed. So Rengoku showed him the farms, along with the training places, the kitchens, the bathrooms, and other things. Rengoku. Well, that would be all, he said, so that Izuku could see himself a little dizzy because of how big the place was. After a few minutes a crow would arrive. Crow. The boss requests a meeting of pillars and please Rengoku take young Izuku, said the bird many times, flying in circles above the two. Rengoku. Okay, he said for the bird to leave. Well, Izuku, let's go, he said, so the two of them start heading to the boss's farm. So they would head off, but when Izuku arrived he would see 8 more people he didn't know and Harley tied up on the floor screaming to be released. Boss. Well, since everyone is here, let the meeting begin, he said, watching as Rengoku stood next to the 8 people and Izuku went to help Harley. Tomioka. Who is the boy? He said, referring to Izuku. Sanemi. Now anyone can come in. He said angrily. Mitsuri. How cute, she said in a whisper. Uzui. Has potential, said, watching as he broke the rope that tied Harley as if it was nothing. Guillaume thought. Has a pure aura, thought in prayer pose while crying. Shinobu. Era, who's your little friend Rengoku? She said with her typical expression. Rengoku. You have to listen to the boss. Boss. Okay. Silence please, he said so that no one would speak. As you can see, that young man over there is Izuku, he said, pointing to Izuku, who was running from Harley and wanted to hug him in front of everyone. He's going to be here for a while. Rengoku is going to train him, and if you want, you can do that too. Tokito. I wonder what shape that cloud is. He asked the air, looking at the sky without taking the situation seriously. Boss. Well, the meeting ends here, he said as he stood up and went into his farm. Izuku. Rengoku, help me please, he said while still running from Harley. Rengoku. I'm going now, young Izuku, he said, catching Harley and tying her with a rope that happened to be there on the side of the broken. Ready, he said, adjusting the knot. Izuku. Thanks, he said, giving a sigh of relief, but would be surrounded by the 8 people he didn't know. Huh? What's wrong? He said, but dodged a ball of spikes that was going to his head. Hey, what's wrong? He said, alarmed. Guillaume. He has good reflexes, he said, making the ball return towards a metal chain that was connected. I'm going to take you as a pupil. Rengoku. What are you talking about, Guillaume? I asked, puzzled. Guillaume. I'm going to teach him rock breathing, he said in prayer pose again. Rengoku. I found it, I'm keeping it, he said, putting Izuku behind him. Tomioka. Your last student's lungs burned, he said, to make Rengoku a little nervous. Rengoku. That's not my fault. Tokito. In fact, yes, since you only told him you can, he said that so that Izuku would remember AM's teachings and stay away from Rengoku. Mitsuri. I think it would be better if I taught him, she said, a little blushed. Izuku's voice would sound familiar to him, so he would turn to look at her and see Mitsuri. Izuku. Mitsuri said, approaching to hug her, but one that had a snake and different colored eyes hit him in the stomach, leaving him on the ground. Iguro. Don't get close to him, he said while the veins on his face stood out. Izuku was on the floor holding his stomach. Mitsuri. Are you okay? Asked Izuku. Izuku. Yes, said with pain. Shit, I forgot that it's not my world, thought the last thing. Uzui. Well, I'm going to teach him, he said, carrying him with one arm. Rengoku. I said no, he said, grabbing Izuku by the arm. Tokito. I would do it better, he said, pulling Izuku's leg. So the male pillars would start pulling Izuku by different parts of his body while he screamed and cried comically. Shinobu. Should we help him? I asked Mitsuri. Mitsuri. Okay, she said, so the two of them could take everyone away and Izuku would stay crying on the floor. Izuku. Thank you. Shinobu. Well, it would be better if we first see what he can endure, he said, to leave and come back with a katana. Take this, he said, giving him the katana. I want you to do 1,000 cuts in the air, run 10k, do 300 push-ups and 200 squats, he said, to leave. Izuku just stood there blankly and the pillars would just nod and retreat, except for Tokito, who forgot why he was doing it and left while looking at the sky. So Izuku started training while some looked at him with pity since no one had done that training. Izuku would spend 4 hours doing the exercises, finishing at 10 p.m. Of course he would throw himself on the floor tired. Izuku. I'm thirsty, he said, breathing heavily. And Harley? He asked to look at the sides and see how she was sleeping on the floor tied up. Well, go to sleep, he said, to fall into the arms of Morpheus. The next day Izuku was lying on the ground while being poked by a stick by Zenitsu. Zenitsu. He's still alive, he said, about to poke his eye, but Izuku grabbed the stick and broke it. Ah! Screamed scared, hiding behind Inosuke. Inosuke. In serio, Sanitsu? Zenitsu. My name is Zenitsu and it's scary, he said, watching him get up. Tanjiro. Hey, here it is, he said, arriving with a plate of food and a glass of water. Izuku received them and ate quickly. Izuku. Thank you, he said, to take the glass of water. Refreshing, he said, to sit down while throwing the glass back where a Kakushi, I think that's what they were called, hit him. Tanjiro. Thank you very much for saving Rengoku-san, he said, bowing like Zenitsu. Inosuke. What are they doing? Asked confused Tanjiro. Nothing that you know, he said, reciprocating with his friend that he learned something. You could see a room with a boy with a white shirt, black eyes, I think, black hair, black pants and black shoes. He was grabbing a book from a shelf where there was a very large variety of books. Child. Where will Akaza be? He said angrily while veins stood out on his face. His eyes went from being black to crimson red and his pupils became sharp like those of a kitty. If I find you, Akaza, you're dead, he said, tearing up the book as if it were nothing and throwing it on the floor. Someone would open the door and the child would be normal again, and in the blink of an eye the mess of a book was gone. Father. Son, are you okay? He asked as he entered. Child. Yes, said as if nothing had happened, returning with Izuku. This one was at the butterfly farm. A few weeks had passed since the previous chapter. This one had trained and learned total concentration breathing but could not yet use a style. Izuku. I can't yet, he said, a little tired since he had to use total concentration breathing all the time and it was exhausting, but he couldn't give up if he wanted to be stronger. Zenitsu. Calm down, you can, he said, giving him a glass of water that Izuku took and drank. Inosuke. Yaikuzu can't do something so simple, screams as always if it were better. Izuku. So bore? He said, crashing his head against Inosuke's head which was covered by his mask. Inosuke. Any problem, Kikuzu? Said angrily Tanjiro. Please stop, he said, trying to stop those who fight. So everything would calm down, all being seen by Zenitsu, who was eating a rice ball. Tanjiro. Well, I'm going to teach you a dance, but you'll have to do it with a katana, he said, grabbing a wooden stick and standing in front of the three who looked at him confused. Thus Tanjiro would do the dance of the fire god before the eyes of the three. Izuku looked attentively, remembering every detail, since his memory was highly developed due to all the research he did for his hero notebooks. Tanjiro. That would be it, but do it with your katana, he said, to stand next to Inosuke and for Izuku to go to the front and remember at all times to use concentration breathing, he said, so that Izuku nods. Izuku would begin to do the dance just like Tanjiro, using total concentration breathing, but out of nowhere fire would come out of his katana and mouth, and when he finished everyone would be impressed since he had achieved it. Izuku. I did it, he said, looking at his katana. Inosuke. I can do it too, he said, walking in front, but everyone would hear a dull noise and see Izuku falling to the ground while touching his chest, while foam came out of his mouth and his eyes were white. Tanjiro. I think it was too much, said, looking at Izuku. Tanjiro. We have to help him, he said, so the three of them could carry him and take him to a bed at the butterfly farm. Aoi. Help, he said out loud so they already know who he is and enter the room. Aoi. What happened now? She said, touching her forehead. Tanjiro. He used breathing for the first time, but his lungs couldn't handle it, he said a little nervously. Aoi. They're idiots. As soon as their lungs are strong enough to learn full concentration breathing, they do this, he said as he takes out a bottle of green liquid from his pocket. Well, take this, it will relieve you a little, he said as he put it in Izuku's mouth. And this guy. Well, now that he recovers, he's going to be like this for the rest of the day, so don't bother him and he'll do it for you, Inosuke, he said as he leaves the room. Inosuke. What could he have wanted to tell me? He asked to see Zenitsu, who looked at him as if he were serious. Tanjiro. Well, let's leave it like that, so let's go, he said, going out to the patio like Inosuke and Zenitsu, but they were screaming. Tanjiro heard a commotion at the entrance of the farm, so he ran out and was seen by his two friends who would look at each other and follow him. When Tanjiro arrived, he would see someone with white hair and braids taking Aoi and Naho. For those who don't know, she is the girl from the farm who has a green ribbon around her waist. Aoi. Help me Kanao, she said, extending a hand. Kanao would stay for a while watching her while her memories passed, so she quickly grabbed her hand in Naho's dress, trying to stop Uzui. Uzui. Don't pull, will you? He said, turning to look at her. Say something. You're so quiet, he shouted since Kanao didn't respond. Kyo. Girl with the red bow. Ah, screams with tears. Attack. Screams so that she and Sumi start attacking Uzui, one climbing on his shoulder and the other on his leg to try to stop him while he was moving, trying to take them off. Uzui. Stop it already, he said angrily while he keeps moving, trying to take them off. Tanjiro. What are you going to do to those girls? Let them go, he said angrily, a vein popping out on his face. Kyo. Help. He's a kidnapper, she said, crying so Uzui would turn to look at her. Uzui. Don't be silly, girl, he said angrily while looking at her with a look that promised pain while Kyo was scared. Kyo. Ah, screams so that Tanjiro will jump against Uzui, trying to headbutt him, but Uzui would disappear from there, leaving the two girls and Kanao flying. Tanjiro. Huh? He said, seeing that he was no longer about to fall face down on the ground. Are you okay? He asked Kyo, who had fallen on top of him. Kyo. See. Uzui. Fool, he said so that Tanjiro could see him, who was above the entrance of the butterfly estate with Aoi and Naho. I am Tenga Uzui, a former shinobi. I am quite well known in the world, he said with a serious expression. Do you think you will hit me with that weak headbutt? Tanjiro. Let go of the girls, kidnapper, he said without taking importance to what Uzui said. Kyo. That's it, she shouted while behind her Kanao raised and lowered her fist, implying that she supported what the girl said. Tanjiro. What are you trying to do? Sumi. Pervert, screams also supported by Kanao asterisk. Uzui. Who do you think you're talking to? Said angrily. I'm your superior, I'm a pillar, shouted angrily. Tanjiro. I don't recognize you as one, he said, puffing out his cheeks. Uzui. Don't puff out your cheeks, he said while smoke came out of his head. What if you don't know me? Nobody. I'll take them since I need women for a mission. If they are not Sugoku, I don't need Kocho's permission. Kyo. Naho is not an activist, screams angrily. Uzui would just reach out his hand to see Naho. Uzui. I don't need it, he said, to release it without caring if it falls to the ground. Tanjiro would quickly catch her. Tanjiro. How could you do something like that, heartless? He shouted angrily while hugging a scared Naho. Naho. He let me go, screams with tears while hugging Tanjiro. Uzui. I'm taking her, said, referring to Aoi. She doesn't seem very useful, but at least she's a militant, she said, leaving Aoi in shock with her words. Tanjiro. Everyone has their own circumstances, you can't just go around wherever you want. Angry shout returns it to Aoi. Uzui. You are lenient, he said with a bored expression. This reluctance is what makes us assassins weaken little by little, he said so that Tanjiro gritted his teeth in fury, but he would calm down. Tanjiro. We'll go in his place. Uzui. We hate you, he asked, confused. Suddenly Uzui would look to the right out of the corner of his eyes to see Zenitsu, who had appeared, then look to the left and see Inosuke asterisk. The two would jump to get in front of Tanjiro. Uzui. What are you offering me? He said, looking at them. Inosuke. I have a lot of energy, I'm very strong asterisk, the boarhead shouted. Zenitsu. Leave Aoi alone, he said with fear. I will not go back on my word, even if you are a monster of pure muscle, he said, stuttering a little, while trembling. Uzui. Okay, come with me, but don't even think about disobeying me, he said, smiling to spank Aoi, who screamed for what she did. Time skip 5 minutes. Everyone was on the path outside the farm, while the girls were at the door watching the four boys about to leave. Kyo. Tanjiro said, seeing how they were about to leave. Zenitsu. It's big, he said, looking at Uzui asterisk Inosuke. And where are we going, old man? Uzui. To a showy place that steals sensuality and desire, red light district, she said, looking back while smiling. Tanjiro. The red light district? Zenitsu. You know, that place? Don't you know? He said while moving his arms, turning red while Tanjiro and Inosuke looked at him confused. Uzui. Pay attention, he said while moving and making a pose. I am a god, and you are waste, he said so that the three of them would be shocked to start with. Get that into your heads. If I say that you are dogs you will be, if I say that you are monkeys, You will be monkeys. Be aware of my mood at all times and try your best to flatter me. Inosuke. Claro. Uzui. I'll say it again. I am a god, he said while stars came out and the three looked at him a little strange. Zenitsu thought. He has a problem, he thought, looking at him as if he were a weirdo. Tanjiro raised his hand and then placed them near his chest. Tanjiro. The god of what? Exactly? Zenitsu thought. A serious problem, he thought now seeing Tanjiro. Uzui. Good question, nodding, you have potential. Zenitsu thought. No, it's a stupid question, he thought now seeing Uzui again. Uzui. I am the god of showiness, he said while bringing 2 fingers to his chin and sparkles appeared around him, the god of festivities. Zenitsu thought. He's an idiot. He's the god of idiocy, he thought seeing him with something like that. Underscore. While behind him he saw Naho and Sumi talking while watching the scene. Inosuke. I am the king of the mountain, he said with his hands on his waist, a pleasure. God of festivals, he said so everyone would look at him. Uzui. What are you saying? Said with a chibi face with a strange expression, you give me the creeps. Zenitsu thought. But he's just like you. He thought with an expression of not being able to believe what he was saying. Inosuke. What did you say? He shouted angrily as he tried to attack Uzui, but Tanjiro stopped him. Tanjiro. Calm down, Inosuke, he said grabbing him tighter. Uzui. You're scary, but oh well, he said to face the road. Let's go, he said to get into running position. Continue. He didn't finish because some voices interrupted them. Wait. Was heard from the farm, and then 2 silhouettes were seen jumping the fence of the Mariposa farm to get behind Tanjiro, Inosuke and Zenitsu *. The girls would look at the silhouettes, wondering who they were, and the boys would look back. Tanjiro. Izuku, Rengoku, what are you doing here? Asked confused. Izuku. Rengoku invited me to accompany him on the mission, he said smiling and being in a pose just like Rengoku *. Rengoku. That's right, he said the same as Izuku. Aoi. But Izuku, you must rest, shout giving him a gift. Izuku. I'm fine, he said turning to look at her while a red liquid ran down his lip. Aoi. But if blood comes out of your mouth, he said so that everyone would worry, except Uzui, Kanao and Rengoku, but he knew what was happening. Izuku. This, he said pointing at the liquid, is tomato sauce. Rengoku and I ate hamburgers before coming, he said rubbing his stomach. At this, everyone would be confused as to what was less Rengoku than what Izuku taught him. Inosuke. I want it too, it sounds delicious. I also want that liquid, he demanded from Izuku. Izuku. After this, Inosuke said with a drop of sweat due to Inosuke's attitude since it was very similar to Bakugo's. Uzui. Well, we have to go. We don't have to waste time, he said to get back into running position. Follow me, he said to start running. Tanjiro. He's fast, he said, and then saw how Rengoku and Izuku started following Uzui *. Inosuke. I don't plan on staying behind. I shout to start following them along with Tanjiro and Zenitsu *. Aoi. Be careful, he said out loud so they could hear him.
Naho, Sumi, Kyo. Be careful, said the 3 girls at the same time, also raising their voices.
Time skip. Now you could see the 6 in the red light district. It was very bright, it looked like daytime. These were in 2, 3 in each one. Uzui. Don't get off, we didn't come to snoop, don't draw attention, he said seriously in the cart where Rengoku and Izuku were also. Tanjiro. No, Zenitsu said watching as Zenitsu got off the cart. Inosuke also said seeing how he was also going somewhere else. Tanjiro would get off the cart and start trotting. Tanjiro. Come back, he said to start looking for them. Sir. Mr. Uzui. The boys got off, said the one carrying the trio of friends cart. Uzui. Damn brats, he said getting off his cart angrily. Uzui, along with Rengoku and Izuku, who were receiving hints, were looking for the trio. Meanwhile Tanjiro. Calm down, Inosuke, he said grabbing Inosuke by the shoulders, who was looking all around him. Uzui. There they are *, he said looking at them. You, the one in yellow, don't move, he said angrily while pointing at Zenitsu, who was looking around as if searching for something. The 3 would stand next to Uzui, Izuku and Rengoku to look around. Tanjiro. It seems like it's daytime, he said impressed. Uzui. This is the red light district, the nightlife where vanity and desire meet, explained Uzui asterisk. Izuku thought. This is supposed to be my favorite market, he thought as a lone tear ran down his eye. Inosuke. What is this? It's full of people. He screams, dizzy from the amount of people since he had never seen so many. I jump forward. He screams and starts running to a place where he creates a cloud of dust. Uzui. Hey, don't make trouble, he said as he started running towards him while Zenitsu went to a place with Izuku and Rengoku who wanted to explode a little. Uzui. Where are the others? He asked while carrying an Inosuke with a giant bump on his head. Tanjiro. Huh? He said to turn around and not see Zenitsu asterisk. Now Zenitsu could be seen walking as if looking for something while Rengoku and Izuku looked at the place. Hey you asterisk, a girl's voice was heard. The three of them would turn around and see three girls. Girl 1. Come here. Girl 2. You have to have a good time. Girl 3. We have candy, said eating a candy XD asterisk. The girls said to greet them and smile at them with a beautiful smile. Girl 2. Come on, come here, she said watching Zenitsu cover his face. Girl 1. Come on you two, the young man in green and the one with long, two-colored hair, she said so that Zenitsu would be shocked since she didn't mention him. Zenitsu. I do want to asterisk, he said blushing seeing his opportunity. Before entering, in front of Izuku and Rengoku who were thinking of going in for the sweets, he would receive a punch to the head that would leave him lying down. Uzui. You're still very young, he said pulling him, and you two better not go, he said so that Izuku and Rengoku could see each other and then follow Uzui asterisk. Uzui. We've snooped around enough, we have to go, he said to go to a place followed by the 5 asterisk. They would walk until they reached a wisteria house, where they rested, bathed and began to eat. While they were eating, Uzui began to give details of the mission. Uzui. Once we enter the red light district, we have to see my wife. I will also be gathering information about the demon, he said so that Zenitsu looks at him with displeasure. Zenitsu. This is incredible. Complained, don't use your subordinates to look for your wife. Uzui. You've misunderstood everything asterisk, Uzui shouts. Zenitsu. Strange people like you may be famous, but you're telling us demon hunters that you're looking for a wife, screams in disgust. Uzui. Damn fool. My wife infiltrated the red light district to gather information about the demon. Our regular contact has been cut off, so now I'm going. Zenitsu. Is that what you have in your head? Zenitsu asked. Izuku and Tanjiro held Zenitsu by his haori so he wouldn't attack Uzui. Uzui. Here are the letters she sent me, he said to throw a bunch of letters at Zenitsu's face. A bunch of papers scattered all over the place, revealing the information. Tanjiro would grab a letter and read it, while Izuku and Inosuke approached to be able to observe more. Tanjiro. I'm sure there are many. Was your wife in that place for a long time? He asked doubtfully. Uzui. I have 3 wives, he said clarifying things. Zenitsu. 3 wives, grr. You bastard, he said so that Uzui in a single movement hit him in the stomach to shut him up. Uzui. Any other complaints? He asked angrily. Tanjiro. In every letter. You remind them multiple times not to stand out, but how do we do that? He asked after reading many letters and noticing that you always reminded them of that at the last one. Uzui. We are going to disguise ourselves. Well, now I will explain to you. The number of houses suspected of having a demon was reduced to 3, where they will look for my wives, added in the Tokito house, Makio in the Ojimoto house and Hinatsuru in the Kyogoku house. I explained so that someone knocks on the door that was those sliding ones. Uzui would stand up to open it and everyone would see a man with a box. Sir. Here is your order, he said kindly. Uzui. Thank you, he said receiving the box that was made of cloth, like the material of a basket, and then the gentleman left. Izuku. What's that? He asked while rubbing his ear a little as he heard Rengoku's energetic cry as he ate and enjoyed his food. Uzui. Her costumes, said taking out makeup and different kimonos. Inosuke. This is a waste of time. Your wives will already be dead, he said so that Uzui gives him a powerful blow to the stomach leaving him lying on top of Zenitsu who was still on the floor. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.